Do not be worried and upset, Jesus told them. Believe in God and believe also in me. There are many rooms in my Father's house, and I'm going to prepare a place for you. I would not tell you this if it were not so. And after I go and prepare a place, I will come and take you to myself, so that you will be where I am. You know the way that leads to the place where I am going. Excuse me. One day my time in this house is coming to an end, and one day your time will as well. There is another house, another assembly, waiting for us, Jesus said. Honorable as this house is, there is another far more important to us. It is the standards of God's house that regulates all others. And we hope to hear well done from our Creator when we get there. We know the way. The way there is the way of love and peace. The more we follow the Holy Spirit's lead, the closer we come to God's thinking and God's ways. There are times when we have to hold our heads, hold our tempers, and hold our tongues. It is great wisdom to know when to speak and when to be silent. As you continue this most important budget debate, do not be provoked into hasty responses that you may regret. I share with you a pledge of peace originally for the family, but it is since we are a national family, I share it with you. The pledge was written by the Bahamas Crisis Center, and it was for a peace conference in 2012. I came across it. Peace at Home, Peace in the Community. And the title is The Family Pledge of Peace. Making peace must start within ourselves and in our family. We must all commit ourselves as best we can to become peaceful people. We pledge to respect self and others, to respect myself, to do unto others as we would have them do unto us, to avoid talking down to others, to avoid using mean and cruel words, physical attacks and self-destructive behavior, to show love. Number 2, to communicate better, to share my feelings honestly, to look for safe ways to talk and act when I am angry, and to work at solving problems peacefully. Number 3, to listen carefully to others, especially those who disagree with me, and to consider others' feelings and needs rather than insist on having my own way. The next one, to forgive, to say I'm sorry and mean it when I have hurt another person, to forgive others when they hurt me, and to keep from holding grudges. To respect nature and our surroundings, to treat our surroundings, buildings, properties, and beaches, and our pets with care and respect. To choose positive activities, those that build and strengthen family life. Avoid activities that encourage violence. And the last one, to be courageous, to promote peace at home, at school, at work, and to stand with others who are treated unfairly. God has not given us the spirit of fear, but a spirit of love and a sound mind. God bless you. Let us pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. This day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, and we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever.
Good afternoon, honorable members, and welcome back from a long, restful, hopefully restful weekend. Honorable members, when the business of this House suspended last Thursday evening, The honourable member for Pinewood had just completed his contribution to the budget debate. As many, the chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne's.
I think on rising, I actually reserved a space for this afternoon, but I yield to the honourable member for Mount Moriah.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Mount Moriah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon once again, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my substantive contribution, I just want to get a few things off my mind, especially given the contributions of last week. As a matter of fact, the contribution on Thursday passed. But more importantly, this whole question about race, and it was touched on Thursday by the honourable member for Pine Ridge. Mr. Speaker, permit me, if you please, for just a few minutes to speak on this, because I believe that we are at a very important juncture in our development, that the time has come for us to do just that. Because this has been weighing on my mind now for some time, and I've been stunned, especially by the side opposite for decades, and has become the central theme and their worn out and obsolete political playbook. The shelf life of these political talking points have long passed, and there is no place for this kind of rhetoric in a modern-day Bahamas. Not only are they falsehood and propaganda, but they continue to divide us as a people and paint a picture that we are nothing but a nation of right-wing racists. They continue to hold scurrilous attacks at decent Bahamians and their families because of the color of their skin, in an attempt to feed a base who themselves are disappointed and have become extremely fatigued in their leaders, who continue to live in the distant past. Our nation, like many others around the world, is a melting pot of all shades of people. The time has come for all of us in political leadership to put the politics of race in the political garbage can where it belongs. Mr. Speaker, they continue to say that they are the government of the poor, yet they have done absolutely nothing to raise Bahamians out of poverty. Fact be told, that when you look around, and many of them who have been at the forefront of the party have done extremely well for themselves and their families. Boarding schools, palatial residents out east and west, and overseas maids and butlers. Mr. Speaker, surely theirs was not a government of the people. In fact, this is a government of special interest. This is the government of special interest. They could care less about the poor. They were a government of poor, but poor on substance, Mr. Speaker. There is another meme that comes to mind, but I'm afraid I won't mention it in this honorable place. While they dine on lobster and caviar and sip on Don Perignon, the poor man's struggles continue after decades of undelivered promises from the side opposite. With dilapidated and squalid living conditions, decades of abandonment, outside toilets and poor infrastructure, but yet they are the government of the people. What people, Mr. Speaker? Those few who refuse to come to the realization that their feasting has ended? The real government of the people and for the people was called on in a resounding fashion in May of 2017. To rescue this nation from what appeared to have been the incessant grip of a government of special interest, the FFL government, good on talk and poor on substance. Mr. Speaker, I just want to share before I get into my presentation so you can understand exactly the thinking of this government. Allow me to decode the language of the side opposite. It isn't rocket science. Simply put, what is good for the people is bad for them. What is bad for the people is good for them. So let's take a look at a few examples. When they tell you that our economy is underperforming, what they're actually saying in PLPism is that the economy is performing well and that the Bahamian people have been rescued from the darkness of their leadership. When they tell you that the government of today, this Hubert Minnis-led government, have no regard for the poor man, what they're actually saying, Mr. Speaker, in PLPism, is that the good people of our Bahama land were sick and tired of decades of mismanagement, neglect, hypocrisy, and resoundingly voted them out in May of 2017. When they tell you that ours is a government whose only focus are the foreigners and special interests, what they're actually telling you in PLPism is that they are actually the government of special interest. During their last administration, they would have spent more money than any other government in the history of this country. And despite their lavish and exorbitant, unemployment was arguably the highest in our nation's history. And the suffering index of the average Bahamian increased exponentially. Where did the money go? The poor man was surely not the benefactor. Mr. Speaker, when they tell you that they will return to office, what they're actually saying in PLPism is you can't be that crazy, the Bahamian people that is, to take a chance on them again. Mr. Speaker, a brief lesson on how to decode PLPism. Mr. Speaker, I deem it a privilege, again, to rise in this honorable House as I make my contribution to the 2019-2020 budget debate. I am thankful for the gift of life, realizing that it is only through God's grace that I stand here today, and I am eternally grateful for his continued blessings, which are also reflected in the support of my wife Stacy, our children Joshua and Kai, all of whom provide me with the strength and encouragement. According to Benedictine monk David Steinor Rass, it is not joy that makes us grateful. It is gratitude that makes us joyful. Over the last 2 years, the great people of Mount Moriah constituency have brought much joy to my life. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the F&M Council and his chairman, Mr. Bennis Minnis, of the Mount Moriah constituency, and the Yellow Elder Millennium Gardens and Stapleton Gardens Association for their unwavering love and unselfish commitment to the betterment of their community. You have changed my life without even trying, and I do not think that I could ever tell you how much you all mean to me. Mr. Speaker, I also must commend the organizers and thank the more than 200 mothers and family members who were honored at the recently held Mount Moriah constituency Mother's Day luncheon and concert. To the fathers of the constituency, we will also be honoring you on Saturday, June 29th, with a grill out and family day. It is also a singular honor to lead the Ministry of National Security and the hard-working staff there, along with the Parliamentary Registration Department and the brave men and women of law enforcement branches under my portfolio, each of which has an individual mandate to public safety. To each of you, on behalf of the Bahamian people, our government, I say thank you for your invaluable service you provide to this nation. Mr. Speaker, according to English philosopher Thomas Hobbes, the social contract that exists between citizens and institutions of authority is the foundation of government. This Dr. Hubert Minnis-led government entered into a 5-year social contract with the Bahamian people on May 10, 2017, and ushered in a new era in Bahamian politics. For the last 2 years, our dedication and commitment as the government in bringing about transparency, accountability, and a conceptual vision for growth and development has been unwavering. Bahamians recognized through our agenda that we were fit for purpose and ready to govern, and so in a resounding fashion voted out of office the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, after having engaged in a systematic assessment of the country's state of affairs, our government came to the resounding conclusion that the trajectory of the nation was on a downward spiral. Our credit rating had been decimated to junk status after 4 consecutive downgrades. Crime and violence were setting record highs, and our gross domestic product had not grown from the years 2012 to 2016. There existed a lack of openness, poor fiscal prudence, and general lack of human concern for the vast majority of citizens. Mr. Speaker, these were the conditions Bahamians had to endure under the former administration. Now, overnight, they have become experts on offering advice on how to run the fiscal affairs of the country, whose economy they decimated. Lord, a week. Mr. Speaker, immediately after coming to office, our administration, with a great degree of urgency, began to formulate feasible and practical measures that will serve to rescue and transform this country, not just for ourselves, but for our youth, to whom we have a social responsibility to lead a viable and sustainable country if they are to live and work in a competitive global environment. Mr. Speaker, a paradigm shift in the global political environment has emerged in which the humanistic view has meant that constituents throughout this archipelago have imposed a new set of values in which their representatives are expected to understand their human nature and the associated conditions. Mr. Speaker, the last administration ignored the electorate and engaged in reckless and compromised leadership. I liken the experience to a home, in this case being our country and our economy, which you inherited from your parents and grandparents. Your home had a high market value until your opportunistic close relative, the former government, appeared. Recognizing your vulnerability while mastering the gift of gab, they convince you to loan you their home, your country, as equity, with the promise that they would make it even more beautiful and valuable. But oops, then came the realization that you were hoodwinked and bamboozled. Your close relatives, the former administration, rounded them up, and you began living a nightmare in which your home, that was once filled with so many precious memories and served as the foundation of familial bonds and laughter, was deemed worthless, junk status. Remember? As a result of reckless and compromised leadership.
Wow.
You immediately expelled your relatives, the former administration, with the hope of never seeing them again, as they have disappeared already. And you began to search for the most capable and trustworthy contractor in the name of Dr. Hubert Alexander Minnis to restore your home, this country, our economy, to the once beautiful structure it once was. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a clear indication that the work to restore our economy has begun in earnest. The Bahamian people can now breathe again, knowing that the cookie jar is safe. Mr. Speaker, the people have free will, and we are now in the era of accountability. Bahamians will no longer accept mediocrity and excuses from those persons they have elected to govern. This is the reason why the previous administration was voted out of office 2 years ago by the Bahamian people in a stunning feat, and their search brought them to the most prized contractor, the Honorable Member for Kalani and his A-team, to correct this nightmare that they found themselves in. Mr. Speaker, accepting one of the most difficult tasks in his lifetime was no easy feat, despite having delivered more than 5,000 babies. However, once the work commenced, our consummate political leader, our Prime Minister, demonstrated his effective transformational leadership and enduring love for his nation. 2 years later, it is a decision that they, the Bahamian people, do not regret. I would also like to commend our Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, the Honorable K. Peter Turnquist, and his capable team. Together they have steered our economy that was left in shambles, and they have defied all expectations. Mr. Speaker, the social contract the public has with the government has to be undergirded with consideration for the safety needs of society and the institutions which supports the same. The second level of hierarchy needs, as expressed by Maslow, focuses on safety needs such as security, law and order, stability, and freedom from fear. I prefer to posit that the cornerstone of this hierarchy cannot exist without safety and security. Mr. Speaker, I now begin my substantive contribution. Mr. Speaker, the proposed expenditure for the Ministry of National Security and the agencies under its remit for the year 2019-2020 budget cycle is $239,673,387. While this is a reduction compared to the previous period, many of my ministry's initiatives started during the past fiscal period and will go into a 3-year cycle with annual payments less than the initial amount. Of the total allotted, $219,673,387 reflects recurrent expenditure, and $20 million reflects the proposed capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, here are the recurrent and capital expenditures for the agencies under my remit. The Royal Bahamas Police Force, $123,723,483. Its capital expenditure is $9,500,000. The Royal Bahamas Defense Force, $59,106,666. Its capital expenditure, $8 million. The Bahamas Department of Corrections, $28,922,266. Parliamentary Registration Department, $1,267,050. Its capital expenditure, $2.5 million. Mr. Speaker, last year the Prime Minister introduced the concept of a delivery unit, commonly referred to as the PMDU. The PMDU has introduced a greater level of monitoring and accountability in a number of key ministries, with my ministry being one of them. The ultimate goal of the people's government is to ensure accountability and improve the outcomes for them by institutionalizing the establishment of feasible objectives, which are clearly defined and communicated in its social contract. 4 areas under the remit of national security are being tracked by the PMDU, and they are as follows: the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, the Bahamas Department of Corrections, and the Trafficking in Persons Unit. Mr. Speaker, the next major undertaking for my ministry was and still remains a vexing one, because it illustrates the lethargic, convoluted, and often mysterious manner in which the woulda, coulda, and shoulda government awarded and executed projects during their time in office. I refer to the construction of the new headquarters proposed for the Ministry of National Security and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force Senior Command. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, a contractor was chosen to construct this building. 5 years later, we are still struggling to complete the structure. When we took office and after an initial assessment by a team of experts, it was discovered that the project was plagued with incomplete and shoddy workmanship. In 2018, a new contractor was hired to correct the work and develop the annex at the rear of the complex. These delays will end up costing the Bahamian taxpayers $40 million. The budget for the original scope of works was $26 million. I am now being told that we can expect to move into this building sometime during the last quarter of this year. That is, provided that the team currently working does not encounter any additional unforeseen challenges. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the Royal Bahamas Police Force. I now move to the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the uniform branches under my remit, inclusive of the Police Force, the Defense Force, and Correctional Services. These 3 agencies have individual mandates with respect to maintaining law and order, protecting our borders, and providing correctional rehabilitative programs. Law enforcement in the climate of this era is being redefined and is more comprehensive in nature. From the outset, our government has been committed to making the Bahamas a safer place. Consequently, this paradigm shift in law enforcement means that nations, both small and large, must be more strategic in their national security efforts. For a small island state such as the Bahamas, this means that the strategies have to be progressive so as to meet the national, regional, and international standards. The criminogenic factors of crime and safety transcends borders, as crimes are now transnational in nature and scope. Mr. Speaker, the Royal Bahamas Police Force is the primary agency responsible for the maintenance of law and order. Our government's commitment to crime were well articulated in our manifestos and included a zero-tolerance approach to crime, increased police visibility, targeting of hotspots, focusing on political offenders, strengthening of police-community partnerships, establishment of a guns and gangs unit, establishment of an anti-corruption unit, establishment of a national intelligence agency, enforcement of Marcos law, and the establishment of a sex offenders register. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to say here today that heading into our 3rd year in office, almost every one of these objectives are closer to being realized. Mr. Speaker, this is the difference between a do-it government in the F&M and a woulda, coulda, shoulda government in the PLP. Mr. Speaker, the police commissioner and his officers thus far have been successful in translating our government's crime agenda into effective operational strategies. For the first quarter in 2019, overall crime is down by 7% compared to the same period in 2018. Crimes against the persons are down by 16%, as a number of prominent offenders offenses trended downward, including armed robbery by 20%, rape down by 29%, unlawful sexual intercourse down by 3%, and robbery down by 9%. Crime against the property are down by 5%, as a number of offenses have decreased, including housebreaking, down by 37%, shop breaking, down by 16%, and stolen vehicles, down by 27%. It is important to note that despite these significant double-digit decreases in key categories of crime, the one notable trend that is negatively impacting the overall crime figures is the offense of stealing. The Commissioner has indicated to me that he will be placing greater emphasis on this offense category, with particular focus on the offense of stealing from vehicles, with the hope of bringing the numbers in this category down. Mr. Speaker, the decrease in crime during the first quarter of this year has improved over the same period last year, when only a 1% decrease was observed. The Bahamian people will recall that for the first time in nearly a decade, the murder count in the Bahamas did not exceed 100 last year. This, Mr. Speaker, was due primarily as a result of a number of new and timely policy directives, combined with a clear understanding of strategic goals, followed with sound execution by law enforcement. Thus far for 2019, we are seeing a continuation of this downward trend. As of June 11, 2019, there have been 37 murders, a decrease of 21%. Compared to the same period, the record-breaking period in 2018, when the number was 47 murders. As murder rates have been decreasing, detection rates have been increasing. As of today, 24 of the 65 murders have been detected or solved, which means that persons are being charged. The decreases and other successes are not occurring by coincidence, but by carefully thought out and deliberate changes in the way the police forces conducts its crime-fighting strategies. I would like to caution Bahamians everywhere that despite these decreases, we are a long way from achieving our objective of a crime-free Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, offenses of murder remains on the minds of many Bahamians. Unfortunately, misinformation on social media can often impact one's perception of murder trends in the Bahamas. Permit me, please, Mr. Speaker, to put the current murder trend in its proper context, so that Bahamians are not misled into thinking that the vast majority of these incidents are random occurrences. The reality is that 17 of the current 37 murder victims were known to the police. 6 of the victims were on bail for various offenses, including murder, and 4 of them were being electronically monitored for murder. In other words, in most of these incidents, the victim is known to its attacker. Nothing justifies a senseless killing, but we cannot turn a blind eye to these facts. This only reminds us that we all have a vested interest in protecting and safeguarding our young men in particular from the scourge of crime and violence. Mr. Speaker, according to the latest numbers from the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services, 174 persons are currently serving time for murder. Another 212 persons are on remand, awaiting trial. Another 121 persons are being electronically monitored for murder. This totals 507 persons who are in the system for murder. This means that 22% of the current inmate population of the Bahamas Department of Corrections are there for murder. Also, given our population, this is roughly 1 in every 800 persons. Mr. Speaker, these numbers point to the fact that some, including the police, continue to make every day. The challenges we face are not solely a police problem. Actually, these figures are evidence of the fact that the police are, in fact, doing their job, and doing it well, I may add. Mr. Speaker, the problem we face is a social issue of national importance. This is the reason why our government has adopted a holistic approach to this problem, one that seeks to combine the collective expertise of every agency of government, along with civic society and the community at large, to assist in redefining our social agenda. Mr. Speaker, for many years, national statistics suggested that firearms are the weapons of choice in murders. Of the 1,074 murder victims between 2010 and 2018, 81% of them died by gunshot wounds. As of June 2nd, 2019, of the 35 murder victims, 91% died as a result of gunshot wounds. Therefore, firearm seizures are key to reducing murders by firearms and reducing murders as a whole. It is encouraging to note, Mr. Speaker, that the police continues to have successes in the seizure of firearms. To date, a total of 163 firearms and 1,914 rounds of ammunition have been taken off of our streets. Included in these figures are 11 high-powered rifles, such as the AK-47 assault rifle. This is a concern for us, as there were a number of shootings where these high-powered weapons were used, resulting in multiple injuries, sometimes death, to those targeted. We are grateful, therefore, Mr. Speaker, that the police are getting these weapons off of our streets, along with the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and other partners. Closely associated with firearms and homicide are illegal drugs. Drug seizures for the year also reflect success of interdiction efforts. As of to date, a total of 4,280 pounds of marijuana, 104,807 marijuana plants, 14.46 pounds of cocaine have all been seized by law enforcement. Seizure in some of the more exotic drugs, which is a growing concern, were also successful. 2,492 ecstasy tablets, 1,029 oxycodone tablets, 5,968 alprazolam tablets have been seized by officials. Drug enforcement officers also recovered 43 marijuana cookies and marijuana brownies, marijuana cake. These trends are now growing in our country. A total of 667 persons responsible for these drug offenses were arrested, 541 were charged. Mr. Speaker, in order to reduce the number of traffic fatalities on our streets, our government passed amendments to the Road Traffic Act. Traffic investigators have indicated that a significant number of traffic incidents and fatalities occur as a result of drunk driving or drivers who are on their cell phones while driving. The amendments, therefore, will enforce strict penalties for such drivers. While traffic fatalities are down by 2 for the first 4 months of 2019, they are still unacceptably high. Police also remain active in ticketing motorists for infractions, as they have issued 11,869 tickets for the same period this year as compared to last year, which is an increase of 28%. Police have also acquired 5 new laser cams and pro laser 4-speed detector devices. And I saw them very active on the streets of New Providence yesterday, and they ought to be commended. Fortunately, I didn't have the pedal to the metal. The introduction of this technology is beginning to prove its value to eliminate serious and fatal crashes. All of these measures equate to encouraging motorists or the motoring public to exercise due care and attention. Mr. Speaker, as criminality evolves and becomes more sophisticated, the government of the Bahamas is committed to ensuring and providing cutting-edge technology for our police officers. associated and consistent with worldwide industry standards. As I share information about this technology, I want members of this Honorable House, and by extension, members of the Bahamian public, recognizing the fact that these technologies are having and will have a significant impact on crime. We are developing capabilities consistent with other leading law enforcement agencies the world over. Mr. Speaker, I shall begin with closed-circuit television, or CCTV program. When we first came to office, Mr. Speaker, here's what we met. 193 of the 243 cameras employed on the streets of New Providence, or 80% of those cameras were not working. Added to this, the system was plagued with inadequate bandwidth issues and impeded our ability to capture reliable footage. In short, Mr. Speaker, we met in place a system that was essentially not working. This was grossly neglectful, unacceptable, and a waste of taxpayers' money. After a series of meetings with all relevant stakeholders, both locally and internationally, I am pleased to report that the bandwidth issues are now rectified, and the system is well on the way towards optimum efficiency. To date, 200 or 82% of the cameras are now operational, while the other 43 are in the process of receiving the necessary upgrades. Mr. Speaker, this is why it was so comical when the member for Exuma and Ragged Island, during his contribution, made a request of this government to thank the previous administration for the good work they did while they were in office. Mr. Speaker, the good member must have been suffering from a severe case of selective amnesia. Lest he could recall the same administration he is calling on us to commend were unceremoniously chased out of office by the good people of this nation. Lord, I read now. I read. Mr. Speaker, there have been some pronouncement in recent weeks, days, on social media by surrogates suggesting a lack of transparency by our administration in the execution of contracts. Mr. Speaker, let me for a brief moment set the record straight and explain the process by which our ministry issues contracts. For this part, I urge the other side, and they're not here, but they may be watching by television. It's great to see you, South Andres. For this part, I urge them to pay close attention as I walk them to how contracts are awarded. Contract 101. And this is how we execute it. Tenders Board of the Bahamas is responsible for government procurement procedures. A request for proposal is advised, both nationally and internationally, inviting interested suppliers to bid. RFP are opened at the Tenders Board. The Ministry Evaluation Team assesses the proposal and returns to the Tenders Board with the recommended vendor. The Tenders Board can either reject or accept the Ministry's recommendation. Any contract in excess of $250,000 is presented to Cabinet for approval. Once approved, the Ministry can enter into negotiations with the vendor. And we have a vendor here today that we're about to close on the drone contracts with. If any of you, and you listening, side opposite, who may be listening by television, if any of you miss this lesson, my contribution will be available free of charge for future reference. Mr. Speaker, today we have in the gallery, as I would have noted, a number of vendors who have been awarded or about to be awarded contracts by our ministry. This past March, our government committed to additional improvements and expansions of the CCTV program in the amount of $5.9 million. A local Bahamian company, Proficient Business, outperformed other bidders and was selected to contract fair and square. This company will be responsible for the CCTV expansion throughout the procurement of through the procurement of an additional 507 high-quality cameras. Of the total, 100 of these cameras will come equipped with license plate recognition capabilities, another 100 with facial recognition capabilities, and a further 120 with time-tilt zone capabilities, which will be able to capture evidential information in real time. CCTV footage, Mr. Speaker, continues to help law enforcement officials determine critical information from crime scenes, including the exact time of the incident, the exact location of the incident, the numbers of suspect weapons types, and suspected vehicle types. Mr. Speaker, ShotSpotter's system is revolutionary to crime-fighting strategies globally. Detection of gunshot is happening in record time, and the ShotSpotter system detects a gunshot exact location and alerts law enforcement agencies in real time within 30 or 40 seconds. That is happening in selected areas of New Providence today, as we speak. A 3-year contract was signed on January 23rd, 2019 for a $1.9 million capital investment in the technology, with approximately $602,316 being spent this year. Since going live in March of this year, ShotSpotter alerted authorities to 187 gunshot incidents and recorded a total of 572 rounds that were fired. And this is not all over New Providence as yet. Let me be very clear when I say, Mr. Speaker, that the benefits of this investment to the police and to our country are extensive. Response time to firearm incidents have been significantly reduced. First, by arriving to a scene sooner, police officers have a greater chance of capturing or identifying perpetrators, getting medical care to victims sooner, identifying witnesses, and securing valuable evidence. Second, this technology is assisting our crime analysts with identifying new hotspots for gun activity, inclusive of time of day and day of week. Mr. Speaker, our government will also be introducing body-worn and dash cameras to add to the arsenal of cutting-edge technology being provided to our law enforcement agencies. Camera footage, all of that and more. I don't have enough time with this. You see that? It's just beginning, you know? Just beginning work. Camera footage from these devices aids in providing critical evidence for internal and external investigation that police officers conduct while offering members of the public an accurate and first-hand account of what transpired during a police-citizen encounter. Let me directly address the social media surrogates who were suggesting that something sinister was at play in the government's procurement of body-worn cameras. They went on to suggest that body-worn cameras could be acquired by the government, in this case the police, through Amazon.com. What a joke, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this kind of mischief is commonplace. Permit me to debunk this nonsense right now. The body-worn cameras will be military or police standard. The cost will include equipment under warranty, implementation and integration with all other technologies currently being used, training, secure storage, and a digital management system. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, if data captured has to be retrieved for evidence, it will be done using a secure and tested platform created specifically for law enforcement purposes. Mr. Speaker, I cannot begin to underscore how important it is for any data being used to have integrity, meaning that only approved individuals can view and perform authorized action on that data. Once again, suggesting that such sophisticated technology be purchased on Amazon.com, it could be nothing but a joke. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce that after several months of local testing by different companies, an RFP for the procurement of 200 body-worn cameras and 200 dash cameras to be used by the Royal Bahamas Police Force was issued. Last month, Cabinet approved AE Tactical and its partner Axon, global industry leaders, as provider for the technology in the amount of $693,853. The contract is being finalized, and we expect to sign in a very few short weeks. Mr. Speaker, in response to the tragic event of a minor, the government of the Bahamas made the legislative commitment to amend the Child Protection Act, which resulted in a new law referred to as Marcos Law. This law empowers the Commissioner of Police to send out mass notification through the use of social media, billboards, and other communication channels to quickly and widely alert the public of missing children. Marcos Alert System is a committed capital investment by this government of a value of some $3.05 million, payable over 3 years, and will provide a secure and reliable network to disseminate information to the public. After the evaluation process, Cabinet approved Multimedia Technology, a noted Bahamian company and a leader in the field, who had been working along with the Royal Bahamas Police Force for approximately 6 years and developing a software that will meet its needs. The contract is presently being finalized, and we expect to sign that in another few weeks. We are a Jewish government, Mr. Speaker. The previous administration could not deliver on Marcos Alert since the law was passed in 2013. But, Mr. Speaker, because we are a do-it government and not a woulda, coulda, shoulda government, we are delivering. Mr. Speaker, when the side officer tells you we don't care about Bahamians, they are being disingenuous. Another Bahamian was awarded contracts. That's 2 already, Mr. Speaker. Proficient Business and Multimedia are Bahamian companies who competed on the international stage and won fair and square. Yeah. And you know what is great about this, Mr. Speaker? All we are looking for in return is value for money. Nothing more, nothing less. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet has had the opportunity to review the changes to the sexual offenses regulation and have directed that it go out to the general public for more, a little additional consultation. It is expected, therefore, that a decision is anticipated sometime during the 3rd quarter, this upcoming quarter, a decision on that. A sexual and electronic registry would also need to be established, and that has the ability to track and monitor convicted sex offenders, and has the ability to notify the public of their home addresses and information about their conviction. And we expect, too, that an RFP would be sent out sometime during the 3rd quarter as well in relation to that. Mr. Speaker, another important technology that we're investing in is the construction of a new communication tower. The tower is the communications backbone of this nation, and without it, we would not be able to communicate with any of our family islands, especially during times of disaster. The tower deteriorated over the years to the point where it posed a significant danger to life and the life of police officers because it's on police compounds and nearby buildings and vehicles. The police have complained that they were trying to get this most critical piece of infrastructure replaced now for some time, but to no avail. They in turn called upon the do-it team. Enough said. Foresight Communications has received approval for replacement of the tower at a capital investment of $304,000. Work have already begun on the replacement tower, and with an expected completion date within 2 months. Mr. Speaker, in order for all of this new police technology to work at a most optimum level. It must be housed at one central location. In this upcoming fiscal period, our government will be opening a new state-of-the-art real-time crime center. The building that will house this crime center is already undergoing extensive renovations and upgrades at police headquarters. It will be properly staffed by a cadre of highly trained crime and intelligence analysts who will provide frontline officers and investigators with critical pieces of information in real time that will assist them in executing their duties. Mr. Speaker, over the last fiscal year, training in the Royal Bahamas Police Force has been completely revamped and advanced. The police college has been modernized and gradually transforming into a national public safety training center, where officers from all uniform branches are able to train side by side and immerse themselves in the latest and most progressive training activities. All of the instructors at the police college are undergoing international certification. Once completed, the instructors will be certified to teach police officers anywhere the world over. Mr. Speaker, as revealed in the manpower audit, the police force needs to enlist an additional 791 constables in order to reach its appropriate staffing level. In 2018, a total of 135 police officers were recruited and are now all performing duties on the front line. Another 135 police recruits were enlisted on May 3rd, 2019, including 100 in New Providence and 35 in Grand Bahama. In the upcoming fiscal year, we intend to recruit an additional 263 officers. This will bring the total number of police officers recruited under our administration at the 3-year mark to 533. By comparison, and I don't want to talk too much about it, this figure would represent 120 more officers compared to what the former administration would have recruited during their 5 years in office. 5 years in office. So this figure in our third year will eclipse what the side opposite would have done in the entire 5 years by 120 officers. A total of 413 new officers was recruited by the side opposite during their 5 years in office. This commitment by our government is geared towards ensuring that the police force is always adequately staffed to deliver the highest standards of service to the people of our nation. Mr. Speaker, ours is a government that takes the national security interests of our nation and its people very seriously. Mr. Speaker, in 2008 alone, a record-setting 1,530 persons were trained, including 900 police officers. The officers from the various ranks and files of the uniform branches engaged in firearm training, leadership courses, VIP protection, tactical training, and new methodologies in the line of international standards. Thus far, for 2019, a total of 451 officers or persons have been trained. And when we add all of those numbers up, it totals 2,014 persons trained since we came into office. Compared to the entire period of the previous administration, 1,077. So they did 1,077 over 5 years. In 2 years, we did 2,014. Mr. Speaker, in March of this year, my ministry signed an intent to collaborate agreement with the University of the Bahamas to augment leadership training for senior law enforcement officers. On May 6, 2019, the first cohort of police officers and officers of Bahamas Department of Corrections, the first cohort of 16 completed their first segment and received their certificates at a formal ceremony at the University of the Bahamas. On May 17, 2019, 11 of the initial cohorts, including 5 police officers and 6 correctional officers, successfully completed the second component in a formal ceremony held in Atlanta, Georgia. As we continue to work toward professionalizing our law enforcement agencies, we know that succession planning is key. This program is a key aspect of a broader succession plan for all law enforcement agencies, and we will be focusing on a similar course for the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. As a result, each law enforcement agency will have a cadre of competent officers who will have the skill set of a progressive CEO from which the new generation of police, defense, correctional leaders will be selected. Mr. Speaker, as promised, we are continuing to stimulate our youth by the introduction of the Royal Bahamas Police Force Cadet Corps in 2018 after it lied dormant since 2009. And so our government reintroduced it. Mr. Speaker, the importance of proper police equipment and well-maintained stations cannot be overstated. When officers and employees see that there is a genuine desire by those in authority to look out for their best interests by attending to their every concern, they will demonstrate their appreciation through their performance. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, to refer to this as the morale index. Mr. Speaker, last week, the member for Pine Ridge made some comments about the morale of the police and defense forces being low. Mr. Speaker, I do not know who his sources are or whether he has any. But I am here, Mr. Speaker, today to tell the member that the agencies I have come to know would like for him to know that they don't care for him to be their spokesman. They are just fine, Mr. Speaker. Their job performance is a clear indication of that. Mr. Speaker, I am often careful not to drink too much of my own Kool-Aid, Mr. Speaker. Strange things happen when one drinks too much of their own Kool-Aid. Mr. Speaker, during the current fiscal period, 9 police facilities were completely renovated at a cost of $204,000, inclusive of the Southern Division, Drug Enforcement Unit, Porterskey Station, Western Station, Carmichael Station, Police College, Al-Waki Station, the Spanish Wells Residence, and Rollville Police Station in Exuma. My, you should see that now. Rental Roll. That's a beautiful station. Northeastern, the Internal Security Division and Central Division, South Andrews Station, and Eleuthera Station. Mr. Speaker, results from the November 7, 2017 Fleet Management Report for the Royal Bahamas Police Force revealed that the Royal Bahamas Police Force was only equipped with 126 operational vehicles, a mere 23% of its existing fleet. Results from the November 2017 Fleet Management Report for the Royal Bahamas Police Force revealed that the Royal Bahamas Police Force was only equipped with 126 operational vehicles, a mere 23% of their existing fleet. In 2017, Cabinet approved, this government, the Do-It government, approved payments for the purchase of a new fleet of police vehicles requested by the Royal Bahamas Police Force, totaling some $5.9 million. Payments were organized. Payments were organized in 2 tranches, with the first coming during the 2017-2018 budget in the amount of $2.3 million, and the second tranche for the current period in the amount of $3.6 million. Mr. Speaker, the first installment of vehicles has already been delivered and included police cruisers, SUVs, and Wrangler Jeeps, which are used for terrains in many of our family islands. The second installment of vehicles are now arriving and includes our new Dodge Charger police cruiser. The second fleet includes 20 segways, which will allow the police to move more efficiently at airports, downtown, and other areas with high pedestrian and visitor traffic. All-terrain vehicles, or ATVs, are also included in this order, and which will be used primarily to complement our team on the beaches, public beaches throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, last 2 years were a truly historic one for the Royal Bahamas Police Force. There have been a dramatic shift in policing in a relatively short time. The force has returned to some of its most treasured, time-honored tradition and practices, including, and the Commissioner of Police ought to be commended about this, and when we talk about morale being low, the police are now having variety concerts, sports, debates, fun, run, and walk, you know, and these are things that have been missing now for many years, okay? And so this is a clear demonstration that, you know, the morale within the institution is as high as it has ever been. And the Commissioner of Police and his executive team ought to be commended for a job well done. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. The Royal Bahamas Defense Force is the primary agency responsible for safeguarding our vast maritime domain. And I pay my respects to our Defense Force officers in the gallery. Upon coming to office on May 10, 2017, our government pledged its commitment to provide the necessary human capital, equipment, and operational assets to enable the Defense Force to fulfill its mandate in protecting our borders, assisting with law enforcement, providing search and rescue and disaster relief assistance throughout the Bahamas in conjunction with our local and regional partners. For the year 2018-2019 period, the agency apprehended some 1,013 illegal migrants, mostly Haitian nationals. This number reflects a significant decrease when compared to the previous year, where they apprehended 2,130. The decreases in apprehension of illegal migration can be attributed in part to the efforts made by the agency to improve strategic policies, increase and expansive patrols commonly used migratory routes, intelligence gathering and deterrence efforts from the installation of a long-range radar that provides better detection capabilities. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the interdiction of illegal migrants, there was also an increase in poaching as more vessels were interdicted. I am pleased to announce that last year 194 poachers were arrested, and this resulted in 11 ships being confiscated by the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. The marine resources product seized was 109,639 pounds of fisheries products, which resulted in fines amounting to $8,407,000. The numbers are up significantly from last year, when the Royal Bahamas Defense Force arrested 6 poachers, confiscated 6 skiffs, and despite no fishery products being seized, the fines amounted to some $66,000. It is duly noted that operational efforts this fiscal period resulted in the largest interdiction of poachers from the Dominican Republic in a single year, who were awarded a fine in the amount of $8.4 million. This amount represents the largest fine not only in the history of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, but the history of this nation of ours. We will continue our efforts to protect the livelihoods of Bahamian fishermen throughout the archipelago. Let me say, Mr. Speaker, and a warning to all of those who are not legal and fishing in our waters. We will seek you out. The waters of the Bahamas are reserved for Bahamians. Me my brother Minister from Agriculture communicate on a regular basis, and we continue, along with the Commodore, to monitor the concerns of the fishing industry and our fishermen from throughout the Bahamas. And just a message to each and every one of them, that we take your concerns very seriously as a government, and we are determined to ensure that your rights are not impeded upon. Mr. Speaker, as previously noted in the police contribution, drugs and firearms are closely linked, and joint effort between the police and the defense force continues to, along with the police force, together they continue to take record numbers of firearms and drugs off of the streets and make significant arrests. And for that, our law enforcement agencies ought to be commended. Mr. Speaker, since coming to office, we realized that the defense force was not keeping pace with recruitment. Recognizing the need to increase the defense force's human capital to meet its expanding mandate, 120 young men and women were recruited last year. As of this fiscal period, 108 persons are currently in training at HMBS Coral Harbor and are scheduled to graduate at the end of July. Like the police force, the last government neglected and failed to realize the need for continuous human capital investment for sustainment of safety and security in our country. Such recruitment will serve to continuously increase human capital and meeting the demands of an ever-changing security environment, thereby mitigating threats to our peace and security. To facilitate the base and operational expansion for the upcoming 2019-2020 period, a total of $2 million has been allocated for the recruitment of an additional 240 persons. Of that number, 120 will begin training in September, and another 120 are expected to be recruited in March 2020. Mr. Speaker, our government remains committed to ensuring that the Defense Force's strategic goal of decentralization of its bases comes to fruition. Mr. Speaker, we are still living the ghost of Sandy Bottom Pass. Allow me to explain what I mean. To date on this project, the government would have spent more than $300 million of the people's money. Despite this, work on this project is still not complete, and we are still plagued with a mess of mammoth proportion. Mr. Speaker, decentralization of the agency's operations continue to be a main focus in which the government is committed to establishing bases in the southern Bahamas as a major priority, inclusive of the long-term deployment of ships and personnel and the acquisition of detection technology. The Defense Force has therefore commenced the second phase of the decentralization program with the incremental construction and or installation of bases facilities in the southern Bahamas, more specifically Inagua and Ragged Island, where much of our security threats originate. To this end, and in keeping with fiscal prudence, Cabinet recently approved a sum of $573,000 for the demolition and construction of 3 units at the HMBS Matthewtown. I am pleased to announce that the contracts were awarded to local contractors from Inagua, and work began this morning. That deserves a nod. It will consist of 2 units capable of housing 6 persons, 1 medical unit which will serve to improve accommodations and health care for the men and women deployed to complement existing facilities at that main base, the main base. With reference to Ragged Island, the government recently, and Exuma isn't here, and the people of Ragged Island, South Islanders are to scolding for that, for the purchase, and so with reference to Ragged Island, the government recently approved $899,000 for the purchase of 33 mobile accommodation units and auxiliary equipment from Ranor Dredging Company. These self-contained units will be used initially as a subsidiary base in Ragged Island to assist the sustaining of maritime operations in the area of the eastern Great Bahama Bank until the main base is constructed. Until then, we remained challenged with vessels having to travel up to 350 nautical miles from the southern Bahamas to New Providence just to refuel. This is simply a logistical nightmare due to the poor planning and execution by the previous administration that failed to deliver a southern Bahamas fueling station in the ghost of Stanley Bottom Pass. This problem should be rectified, Mr. Speaker, this year. We are moving toward the installation of a fueling station on the island of Inagua. Due to the lack of vision and poor strategic planning, the RBDF has spent $540,000 and still spending up to $9,000 per month on fuel. But they spent $540,000 between 2014 and the present to provide its vessels with shore power. Additionally, $172,000 was spent on a generator to provide vessels with shore power while they are moored at the base. The question may be asked, Mr. Speaker, why is it taking so long to correct this vexing problem? Mr. Speaker, it is a convoluted one. However, we are a government of action. Funding has been approved to complete the electrification of the base. The reason for the delay in correcting this problem was due to the outdated and antiquated electrical distribution system at the base, which was not robust enough to handle the workload of the newly installed pedestal. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the government, the government has approved contracts for the electrification of the base at HMBS Coral Harbor and for the provisions of electrical power for patrol crafts while berthed at the Coral Harbor base. The contracts total some $3.5 million and will be awarded to a local company and BPL. This provision will alleviate the tremendous wear and tear of the Royal Bahamas Defense Forces personnel and their vessels. Mr. Speaker, once all of the necessary work has been completed, I have directed the Commodore to provide to me a strategy on a phased approach to decentralization of the RBDF, which I hope will commence immediately after the completion of the construction of new facilities in Inagua and temporary facilities in Ragged Island. Mr. Speaker, past experiences have proven that no single asset or equipment can adequately address all safety concerns. Our government has allocated $600,000 to refit two shallow draft Dauntless class vessels to augment patrol craft operations by coastal and ocean in the shallow waters of the Great Bahama Bank. The Cabinet has also approved the awarding of a contract to Swift Engineering, Inc., and I believe that we have some of the representatives here today. An industry leader out of California in the amount of $17.7 million over a 3-year period for the purchase of 55 UAVs, which will be drones, which will be a part of our national drone program. The acquisition, they're getting tired. We have so much to say. These guys getting tired talking us. The acquisition will include short and medium-range drones to assist with interdiction and surveillance efforts under a multi-agency drone program. This program will be integrated with other technologies such as CCTV and shot spotter. In addition, the technology will be multi-agency and cross-functional, thereby reducing duplicity of monies and efforts. It is expected that it will assist lands and surveys, other ministries, Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, Ministry of Works, and all other areas as needed. Mr. Speaker, our government is appreciative of the government of the United States, particularly the Department of Defense, for the donation of a $2.1 million long-range coastal radar as an added dimension to the augmentation of our multi-layered program. This coastal radar will serve to enhance the Defense Forces' efficiency and effectiveness of its interdiction efforts, and we believe that that is happening now as we speak, and impacting in a very positive way on the flow of illegal migrants through our territory. Note that the agency will not operate in silos, but as necessary in conjunction with local and international agencies. The U.S. government has already agreed in principle to the installation of a second long-term radar, which will be staged at the HMBS Coral Harbor by year's end or at the beginning of next year. The second radar is expected to cost some $2.6 million, and preliminary construction is scheduled to commence in August of this year. It is anticipated that it will be fully operational in early 2020. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, efforts are being made to secure a third radar, which will be installed somewhere in the central Bahamas. These radars will substantially improve the Defense Force's maritime domain awareness, thus enhancing its ability to detect, track, and apprehend vessels involved in illicit trade, as well as better facilitate in search and rescue missions. Since the installation of these radars and reconnection on March 4, 2019, we have experienced a 43% drop in migrant smuggling and a 63% increase in migrant vessel detections when compared to the same period last year. The reduction in landings and increase in detections can be attributed in part to the deterrent and detecting capabilities gained with the implementation of this new long-range coastal radar, along with other technologies employed by the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Mr. Speaker, the Defense Force is fully committed to the youth and employment. Programs such as the Royal Bahamas Defense Forces Rangers provide an excellent platform for instilling a sense of purpose, value, discipline, and hard work among our young youth. If you recall, earlier this year, it was the young members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Forces Rangers who prevented an attempted suicide incident. They are our future and are with us in this honorable house today. Do we have a few of them here? No, they did not make it. We give them our best. Presently, it operates in New Providence, Grand Bahama, Abaco, the Berry Islands, North Andros, North Eleuthera, and Long Island, and involves over 30 high schools with approximately 1,500 students. The program partners with the Governor General Youth Award, the Bahamas National Trust, and Program Short. Also will be partnering this year with BAIC, BAMC, and BTVI so as to provide viable options for students upon exiting the compulsory phase of the educational sector. Mr. Speaker, our government and the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas are very proud of the outstanding accomplishments of members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force during the past year. We are also very appreciative of the multiple roles the officers and Marines are called upon to perform, and their ability to adapt and adjust to an ever-changing environment. To this end, the members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force can rest assured of the commitment and social contract of the government of the Bahamas to their success and development and well-being. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services. The process of transformation that commenced at the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services continues. And under the new leadership of veteran Bahamian Corrections Officer, Mr. Charles Lloyd Murphy, and the transparent process of building a executive team comprised of competent and experienced correctional officers around him has begun. Together, they will shape the future of the agency and reorganize the prison landscape to create a modern correctional facility that will operate with improved efficiency through the acquisition of much needed tools and resources. Over the past fiscal year, I met with the Correction Staff Association and held an open meeting with the rank and file to listen to their concerns. I can say that many of the issues they have are currently being addressed. Mr. Speaker, the incessant complaints from officers, inmates, and the general public and human rights groups alike about the decades-long problem of overcrowding and the practice of slopping in the maximum security unit have not fallen on deaf ears with this Hubert Minnis-led government and this Minister of National Security. Maximum security was built in 1952 to accommodate a maximum of 432 inmates, but the current population now stands at 894. As a measure to reduce the level of overcrowding within the facility, BDOCS will continue its work with the Citizen Security and Justice Program, Correctional Services Canada, and other global partners to prepare for a parole system as a measure to reduce the level of overcrowding within the facility. Mr. Speaker, we cannot effectively address rehabilitation without first correcting the problems of overcrowding. I am not suggesting that parole implementation is a panacea for the countless years of the previous administration not addressing problems in maximum security. The problem that exists will not be fixed overnight, but this initiative demonstrates that we remain the government of the people and for the people. The do-it government, and we are committed to criminal justice reform, to improving the physical environment of BDOC for those employed there and those who are incarcerated there. Mr. Speaker, BDOC must be able to provide facilities and equipment to support the department in its core functions. In the ministry's 2018-2019 budget, $450,000 was allocated to begin roof repairs on the maximum security complex, the inmates' kitchen, and the administration building, which all received extensive damages from Hurricane Matthew in 2016 and was never repaired. Construction is still ongoing but nearing completion. Upgrades are now also being performed on inmates' industry at a tune of $500,000, funded by the IDB through the Citizen Security and Justice Program. These upgrades will provide fully equipped labs and workshops for vocational training. Mr. Speaker, Commissioner Charles Murphy has communicated to me that within his 38 years of service, no renovation of this magnitude was ever undertaken in that maximum security or in those areas. And he must be commended for taking the leadership role in the transformation process to bring the facility up to international standards. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas Department of Correction urgently needs to add vehicles to its fleet to ensure that court escorts are done in a timely fashion, to provide medical and emergency transport, for efficient sanitation services, to recover vehicles with mechanical failure, and to deliver inmates meals and to transport staff. In light of this, $133,000 was assigned and purchase orders were processed for the acquisition of 2 vehicles inclusive of a bus. Presently, 5 vehicles are being leased through the Ministry of Finance for this department, and they haven't had vehicles in years. The last time vehicles were purchased for this department was in November 2019. And this is not a caring government. To address the shortage of beds, $365,000 is allocated for the manufacturing of 300 beds by inmates during this fiscal period. And so we decided, rather than going out and purchasing beds, invest in the inmates to make their own beds. That saves the Bahamian people money. This manufacturing by inmates is twofold, whereby it will provide the customization for the beds to be made in the appropriate size to adequately outfit the cells. And it will also provide inmates with the opportunity for practical application of their technical skills. Mr. Speaker, it is commendable that over the past year there were no escapes from BDOC, due largely in part to staff vigilance, great leadership, and increased searches. During 2018-19 fiscal year, 502 cell phones were confiscated from inmates. That increased by some 12%, compared to 499 cell phones during the previous year. It is also widely publicized that BDOC has had challenges with contraband, particularly marijuana being found in secure areas. A total of 5 correction officers were arraigned during this fiscal period on trafficking and possession of dangerous drugs at that department. Again, I applaud Commissioner Murphy and his team of hard-working correctional officers for their zero-tolerance approach to corruption at BDOC. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we know that correctional facilities in this modern day cannot operate without proper equipment. And so plans are on the way to ensure in the future that we take a full account of the current facilities that are at the prison and steps to correct accommodations as we transition from punitive to correctional. Mr. Speaker, one key focus of the correctional facility is the rehabilitation of inmates. The inmate must own his or her action and desired assistance. And BDOC must have in place personnel and programs to meet the offender's needs. As a result of assistance from the Citizen Security and Justice Program in Correctional Canada, BDOC redoubles its efforts to provide evidence-based programs to address the criminogenic needs of offenders. Criminogenic needs are dynamic and static risk factors that, when addressed or changed, affects the offender's risk for recidivism. These include criminal personality, antisocial attitudes, values, and beliefs, low self-esteem, self-control, criminal past substance abuse, education, and dysfunctional families. According to LaTessa and Lowenkamp, programs that target 4 to 6 criminogenic needs can reduce recidivism by 30%. Mr. Speaker, Correctional Service Canada is assisting the department with the step-up of a new offenders management system to replace the existing jail management system, which is obsolete, as it does not provide the level of efficiency needed to capture, report, and track data on offenders for risk assessment, classification, and data management. The jail management system was acquired in May of 2000 at a cost of $484,909, with an annual license of $75,000. The new offender management system is being gifted by Correctional Services Canada and will provide greater efficiency with data analysis and possesses greater data management capabilities. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to say that during the 2018-2019 budget year, technical and vocational skills training offerings were broadened following the signing of a memorandum of understanding between the Ministry of National Security and BTVI. The goal is for 600 inmates to receive technical and vocational training as part of the Citizen Security and Justice Program component. 4 outputs. And I can advise that today we are halfway there, as the third of the cohort inmates are currently enrolled. To ensure sustainability of the program, 7 correctional officers are simultaneously being trained and certified to serve as adjunct instructors for the program at the completion of the IDB loan agreement, which currently funds the program. Mr. Speaker, this government has completed the draft legislation to address the parity of retirement age and calculation of pension benefits for the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services, as well as the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. This will ensure consistency across the uniform law enforcement branches. This is extremely important because we're now having a brain drain, especially in the Bahamas Department of Corrections, Mr. Speaker, and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. This was a promise of this government that we will address it for non-commissioned officers as well as those officers from sergeant and below within the Bahamas Department of Corrections. I am pleased to say that we're making tremendous progress in that area and should be coming to them in very short order. A recruitment exercise is currently underway to engage an additional 60 trainee correctional officers. In the 2018-2019 budget, 54 officers were added to the staff complement at BDOC, but a deficit remains in the number of personnel needed to effectively respond to the demands of the vast inmate population. Mr. Speaker, towards this end, the 2019-2020 budget earmarked some $500,000 to add an additional 100 trainee correctional officers. The training will commence in spring of 2020. BDOCS is seeking the brightest and the best, free of political interference, to ensure continuity and succession for the future of the institution. Mr. Speaker, to date, 300 correctional officers over the past fiscal period received training at home in areas on firearm proficiency, risk assessment training, law enforcement leadership, to name a few, while 6 officers were afforded the opportunity to receive international training in the United States and Asia. Mr. Speaker, citizen security. The Citizen Security and Justice Program is a multifaceted crime and violence prevention program that is funded through a loan from the Inter-American Development Bank. The program addresses the intangible social underlying forces that impact criminal behavior and aims to improve behaviors for nonviolent conflict resolution, increase employability and employment of the youth population in New Providence, while improving the public employment services, strengthen the institutional capabilities of our justice services, and reduce recidivism rate among persons within the prison system through feasible rehabilitation and reintegration programs. The concept of the program is powerful, and any opportunities to improve the lives of our citizens, particularly our youth and incarcerated, is to be commended and supported. This, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, upon taking office, we discovered that the country was at risk of losing this positive nation-building initiative due to the mismanagement by the former administration. In fact, when we came to office, this project was 2 weeks away from being terminated, as it was completely off course and failing miserably. Mr. Speaker, this stemmed mostly from the lack of dedicated leadership and insufficient staff on the project implementation team necessary and capable to bring the objectives to fruition. The side opposite may argue that they refurbished community centers in Foxhill and Quaku Street. What they may not echo is this fact: the fact that they spent $367,000 on the Foxhill Center from this IDB funding, securing a lease agreement with the Foxhill community. They failed to do that. So you spend $367,000 on a building. That's not included what was also sourced from Ministry of Finance. That's right. But you failed to secure a lease agreement. Okay? But let's talk about the Quaker Street. Let's talk about Quaker Street. $372,000. $372,000 of the loan money was invested on the Quaker Street Center without securing a lease with the late chairman of the PLP who owned the building. Since May of 2017 to now, my ministry has been working assiduously with the Office of the Attorney General to agree to an appropriate leasing term. To add to this frustration, the beneficiaries that have inherited the Quaker Street building do not want to honor the terms that were written by the late owner. So we never had a lease. And I don't know what was written, but now the beneficiaries are saying, yeah, you invested $372,000, but that's on you. We want you out. Wow. This experience has made it necessary for our government to invest the people's resources in properties owned by the people and belong to the people. Mr. Speaker, it was easy to give up on this project with its costly errors, but the greater good for the most vulnerable made re-energizing and bringing it on track vital. Upon coming to office in 2017, my ministry engaged in a comprehensive assessment of the initiative, and after much negotiating with Cabinet, and my Cabinet colleagues, and working with our partners at the IDB, the project's continuance was approved by the Cabinet along with a new project manager. In addition, the revised project sought to introduce component coordinators to better manage the project at a micro level and build in more checks and balances to avert another disaster. To date, I am pleased to report that this program has seen a marked improvement with a higher level of project outputs having been met, with more on track to be met. Mr. Speaker, during this fiscal period, the government made an investment of $115,838 to refurbish the Big Pond Community Center, a government-owned facility which was fittingly renamed the Edmund Moxie Youth and Community Center. Simultaneously, I would like to thank the Honorable Member for St. Barnabas, Shenandoah Cartwright, for his contribution in honoring the late Edmund Moxie in such a manner. The center, along with the Quaker Street and Forksville centers, were used to conduct the National Training Agency's soft skills training directly in the community. The Small Business Development Center would be utilizing the Edmund Moxie Center on a continuing basis to ensure that the general public has greater access to resources that encourage business development for our people. Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that $3,081,000 will be spent on programs to improve behaviors for nonviolent conflict resolution. Of the allocation in the 2019-2020 budget year, the CSJP will allocate $2,650,000 to construct 3 new community centers. We have budgeted approximately $161,500 to develop a crime and violence curriculum which will be taught in these centers throughout the community. We will develop a learning management system that will be used to track and monitor participants in community centers training programs. This system is part of our community centers business model, developed plan, already on the way, that will inform how we make the centers suitable and sustainable for future generations and beneficial for the communities they serve. Mr. Speaker, scholars all agree that additional education and programs greatly improve the success of at-risk youth and the incarcerated. In light of the aforementioned, the CSJP will implement a violence interruption program that seeks to disturb conflicts within the communities before they escalate to criminal matters. Approximately 30 individuals from various neighborhoods will be trained in cure violence models, which is currently being used in Chicago, Illinois. We anticipate that this training will cost some $30,000. Mr. Speaker, component 2 of the project focuses on increasing employability and employment of the at-risk youth population in New Providence between the ages of 15 and 29. During the 2018-2019 fiscal year, approximately 278 students completed soft skills training at the National Training Agency, utilizing the 3 community centers noted above. Of the 278 graduates, approximately 254, or 91.7%, went on to complete technical training. Meanwhile, 115 of the 254 technical trainees, or 45.3%, were hired post-training. Mr. Speaker, this is a remarkable achievement for the people. And to think that 278 of our youth would have missed this opportunity to improve their economic outlook on life because of neglect on the part of the last administration is simply sad. The cumulative impact of our training and development programs will go a long way in improving the employment prospects of our young people. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, $2 million is earmarked to train 1,200 individuals in soft skills, numeracy, literacy, vocational skills, and technical training in the hospitality and retail sector. Mr. Speaker, this will serve to complement the tourism sector, which, according to the Ministry of Tourism, is hot, hot, hot. It's going to get even hotter. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that when an economy grows, as did ours, there should be training to meet the demands. Once again, the government of the people is ensuring that the people whom it serves are being provided with the opportunity to succeed. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, school is in session, and I hope where you're sitting and watching, you're taking notes on how to govern. Mr. Speaker, component 3 of the project focuses on strengthening institutional capabilities of the justice services. In any functioning democratic society, the rules of law are pivotal to the foundation of a fair society. It is estimated that $2,351,000 will be spent to strengthen the institutional capabilities of the criminal justice system. In accordance, justice reform can be essential for the security, prosperity, and influence of this or any other nation. Globally, approximately 4 billion of the world's population do not benefit from the proper rule of law. This, despite both the rule of law and equal access to justice being fundamental conditions for the citizens of any democratic society. Mr. Speaker, the justice system in the Bahamas is in dire need of reform and modernization. Today, I am pleased to announce that the work has begun on the refurbishment of the main Supreme Court building on Bank Lane, which will enhance the capacity of the courts to have more cases. CSJP will allocate $70,000 in the upcoming fiscal budget to complete the refurbishment work by the end of August 2019. This initiative will be a continuation effort on the project provided the Department of Public Prosecution. with the ITC equipment valued at some $163,000, which will serve to enhance the functionality and delivery of the agency. Through the work of this Citizen Security and Justice Program, Mr. Speaker, the consultant firm Development Pool was contracted to develop a roadmap for the design and implementation of an integrated justice system within the Office of the Judiciary. The overarching objective of this consultancy, however, is to identify and address the shortcomings of the judicial administrative system, inclusive of case management planning, data analysis, reporting, monitoring, evaluation, and making recommendation on the best practices used by other jurisdictions. This feasibility study is expected to be completed by October 2019, with the necessary steps outlined in the roadmap. Focus will be on jury summoning, court reporting, as well as training and development of court staff. To date, we have already invested $50,000 towards this initiative and have budgeted an additional $281,000 in the upcoming fiscal period. Please note that this administration's investment is substantial in monetary value, but even more valuable in creating opportunities beyond the money spent. We are a government, Mr. Speaker, of the people. We are a do-it government, and in partnership with our mandates is to provide them with educational opportunities by investing in their communities. Mr. Speaker, component number 4 of the program focuses on reducing recidivism rate among persons within the prison and juvenile system. It is estimated that some $1,578,000 will be spent on rehabilitation and re-entry of criminal offenders. This consequential effect of juvenile delinquency and the conditions of its underlying factors are disturbing in the Bahamas. Delinquency is a social problem, and when the village stops caring and is no longer available to render support, society begins to fall apart. The Bahamas is at a crossroads with juvenile delinquency, Mr. Speaker. In my ministry, Mr. Speaker, with the Family Center, greater efforts have been made and consideration given to conditioning factors of delinquency, including personality factors, physical, mental, and emotional influences and character traits, home and family conditions, companionships and associations, community institutional influences, population and cultural factors, economic conditions, and effects of inadequate law enforcement alternative resolution. Our administration will continue to seek to alter both the juvenile and justice systems to reduce the inefficient and ineffective, sometimes damaging effects of the state system. Mr. Speaker, substantial and purposeful investments are being made to systematically engage more inmates and day training programs. And I would have echoed that, Mr. Speaker, during my cover of BDOC. Mr. Speaker, we move now to NADS, the National Anti-Drug Secretariat, commonly referred to as NADS. And NADS seeks to coordinate the efforts of local anti-drug agencies in pursuit of the ultimate goal to have a drug-free society, ensure that the Bahamas' reporting and all other obligations under the myriad of international treaties, conventions, and agreements on drugs are met in a comprehensive and timely manner, to conduct scientific studies and surveys aimed at determining the national trends and prevalence of drugs within our society. Mr. Speaker, the traditional focus of the counter-drug enforcement efforts has been on plant-based drugs, such as cocaine and heroin and marijuana. However, new non-plant-based or synthetic drugs, which include methamphetamine, LSD, and PCP are increasing their presence in our region. A new global threat among synthetic drugs is the illicit production and trafficking of new psychoactive substances. Drugs in this last group, are frequently not listed in the schedules of international conventions or national legislation or regulations. As such, they are marked and sold as legal drugs. The speed which NPS appear presents challenges to enforcement officers, customs inspectors, and the like. Synthetic drugs, including NPS, are produced using various chemicals. As such, the controlled chemical substances is a related concern. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas has experienced its first case of fentanyl use with other associated drugs, and this is a very disturbing trend. Fentanyl is a powerful synthetic opioid that is similar to morphine, but is 50 to 100 times more potent, thereby meaning it is more dangerous. While this amount is disconcerting in presence, its presence is more frightening due to its potency. Despite fentanyl being a prescription drug, it can also be used illegally. Consequently, the drug is not one that is obvious to detect, thereby making the fight against it even harder. Research suggests that the form found in the Bahamas has not yet been detected in South Florida or other similar markets. We will continue, Mr. Speaker, to monitor that trend. Mr. Speaker, the National Neighborhood Watch Council, in keeping with its 2017 manifesto, our government launched the National Neighborhood Watch Council in April of 2018. This initiative is a part of our government's comprehensive plan where all Bahamians can play their part in the prevention and reduction of crime throughout our community. Since its launch, this program has morphed into a movement with hundreds of residents becoming more interested in making their neighborhoods safe. There are now more than 90 groups in New Providence alone, Mr. Speaker, 16 in Abaco and 16 in Grand Bahama and 6 in Abaco. 25 of these groups are newly formed as a result of the renewed effort to further close the gap between the police and community. Over 400 members representing almost every community have been trained and certified at the police college and are now better equipped to operate their groups in a more safe and efficient manner. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all of the agencies. I would like to thank, I'm coming to the end now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all of the agencies and persons under my remit for their dedication to the advancement of safety and security in our country. Their tireless efforts have not gone unnoticed by the people and the government of this nation. We have witnessed many accomplishments in a short 2 years. We have been in office, and this 2019-2020 budget will further facilitate what remains. Therefore, let it be known that Mount Moriah supports this budget and our government's social contract as it relates to this high priority area. Mr. Speaker, Mount Moriah.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, at the outset, I would like to thank the Almighty God for his protection, my immediate family, and by extension the families of the communities and settlements that make up the great constituency of Mangrove Key, South and Central Android. Special thank you to my wife, Drusilla, my children, my mom, Church of God family for their moral support and prayers. And all those who extend and know the virtue of prayer, as we say, in our hometown community. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, I note the passing of a number of constituents in more recent days. Mr. Wilbur Smith of Miles Bay, Hugh the Sands of Little Creek, Ms. Joyce Wallace of Duncombe Coppice, Lucille Roll of Smithsville, and many other constituents who've lost family members. My thoughts, that of my family, are with you. Mr. Speaker, funerals have become a task or somewhat of a challenge because family members, against all odds, expect you to be there. But there are times when it's just not possible, and when my absence must be occasioned by a sincere apology. But I must say quickly, may their souls and the souls of the faithfully departed rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, amidst all the political sophistry and retrospective political harbingers of the past administration and constant talk of transparency and accountability refrain on the domestic level, one must note that in Western democracies, systems of checks and balances were built into government structures. The court would be the core of good governance to help empower citizens in the Western world over 300 years ago. The incentive, I would think, that drove all of us to this honorable place, what I call on thread, is that we wanted to make and see our country become the best little place in the world in which to live. Therefore, incentives that should motivate us as legislators, primarily as policymakers, should be that of saying the public, private sector at large, and those who deserve it receive rewards and sanctions alike to results that help to shape public sector, public performance primarily, working in tandem with a productive private sector in developing countries such as ours. Fiscal policies that are people-oriented, coupled with public sector management and government fiscal input, helps determine the cause of the economic development and social equality and equity, especially for the poor, the disadvantaged groups, such as women, the elderly, disenfranchised, family island communities, and children. Mr. Speaker, many developing countries in the Pan-Caribbean region continue to suffer from unsatisfactory and often dysfunctional governance and policies, of which we, in this beautiful Commonwealth, are not excluded. And we see inappropriate allocation of resources, special interests, and limited benefits being accrued to one grouping over the other, which in my view leads to a lowering of the morale in the working and wider sectors of our society, which generally leads to a weaker delivery of vital public and private services. Mr. Speaker, such poor governance and insensitivity to the plight of the varying demands of varying sectors of a developing society leads to unwelcome outcomes for access to public services by the poor and indigent and other disadvantaged community members of our society. They always tend to feel slighted in this process. So therefore, it was against that backdrop that I decided to look up one or two things that makes up a good national budget. I took a cursory glance. It says a good national budget is to settle priorities in the allocation of public resources, plan to achieve goals with national impact, establish financial control over inputs to ensure compliance with rules. Also, it leads to managing of operations in public sector with fiscal prudence, efficiency, and integrity, ensuring of accountability to the taxpayers. After all, it's the taxpayers' money, not the government's. Common thread should be that of fiscal targets and policies that have a strong agenda for situational and governmental variances, with the overall focus being that of service and empowerment to the people. Mr. Speaker, I would quickly like to move to the area of oversight or remit, I would say, in my role in Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition, that of the environment, housing, youth, and sports. Mr. Speaker, humanity's well-being and prosperity and their very existence, should I say, depends on a healthy ecosystem and the services they supply: clean water, livable climate, food, fuel, and fertile soils. I would therefore like to note that in my humble submission that the third pillar of development of our nation is its natural and built environment. We need only to remind ourselves that the health and sustainability of the natural environment are critical to the physical well-being of individuals and is a core system for a modern economy in the 21st century Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, the poorer countries of the world are so often left out of international consideration. And these are the ones who create the least amount of challenges in the climate change that we are now faced today. But they suffer the most. And generally their voices can only be heard at the United Nations. It's against this backdrop. In Paris, the world governments finalized a global agreement the 12th of December 2015 that laid the foundations for effective long-term efforts to fight climate change globally. The agreement was the first ever to commit all countries to cut emissions of greenhouse gases, such as carbon dioxide, and to keep global temperature increase well below 2 degrees centigrade, and endeavor to limit them to 1.5 degrees centigrade, to review each country's contribution of emission cuts every 5 years. The focus must then be that of seeking the balance between emissions and absorptions by forests and oceans by the second half of the 21st century. For financing the cost to fight climate change in the developing countries and most vulnerable as we are and its impact, countries, should I say developed countries in particular, has affirmed the target of leveraging some $100 billion annually by the year 2020, with increased funding projected in future years. Mr. Speaker, in an archipelago such as ours, is therefore a hotspot for biodiversity, which means we are also a hotspot for genetic resources unique to each and every family island. Cognizant of the same, it was June 2016 that the country prepared to sign on to the recently established Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from their utilization by implementing a capacity building project on access and benefit sharing. At a cost of $1.9 million, the previous administration noted that the main focus here was to develop a legal and regulatory framework, as well as an administrative protocol that enables access to genetic resources. Mr. Speaker, for decades, I note, pharmaceutical companies and cosmetic companies have exploited our waters for genetic resources. These resources are often used to make medicine and cosmetics and are part of a billion-dollar industry internationally. The Bahamian waters receive no royalties. Bahamian society partners receive no royalties nor benefits. So under the previous administration, the Ministry of the Environment, the government of the day, looked at having resource permits coordinated through one single agency going forward from 2016. At that time, research permits could be granted from the then College of the Bahamas, now the University of the Bahamas, BAMSI, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Department of Marine Resources, and Ministry of the Environment. The PLB, Mr. Speaker, had hoped for this research to be coordinated by the University of the Bahamas and BAMSI, as both institutions had been forecasted to become the depository for such research in the Bahamas going forward. The projection was to build a national capacity and become a center for excellence in research. And I must note that there are many other areas that fall under the Ministry of the Environment, which I would just mention very briefly. Water and ecosystem management, the integrated coastal zone management, climate change fund, forestry, the JEF, Pine Island Project, Youth Environmental Corps, the aragonite mining, renewable energy, the Bahamas National Geographic Information System Center, development of environmental health services, bulk waste collection, shanty town removal project, vector control program, ocean pollution, which there has been much discussion about in more recent times, landfill management, Renew Bahamas, all working in tandem with the Ministry of the Environment, improving and protecting air quality, removal of derelict vehicles, the NGO partners such as the Bahamas National Trust, also the Shorebird Conservation and the IDB/Audubon Society, working in tandem with the Ministry of Tourism, bird watching and guiding project, public parks and beaches, and the Botanic Gardens. These all work in tandem in collaboration with the Ministry of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, in the essence of time, I would move quickly to the Ministry of Housing. As of June 2016, the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation lending program continued with applications being presented to the government, government-initiated and private home ownership. Over a 4-year period between 2012 and 2016, the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation was able, according to my limited report, to place several new mortgages in its portfolio. As a matter of fact, there were some 201 government-initiated mortgages at a value of just over $19 million, 237 loans, privately initiated mortgages for a value of just over $30+ million for the period under review at that time, 2012 to 2016. And also at that time, the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation approved some 438 loans at a value of just over $49 million. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we live in a hurricane zone. And hurricane walking and the reconstruction needed in the housing sector in 4 of our family islands of the Bahamas caused the Department of Housing to shift its focus towards securing lodging for persons left homeless in October by that hurricane. These family islands affected were islands such as the Aucklands, Abaco, Long Island, and San Salvador, mainly, were all assisted in an effort in collaboration with NEMA. Also, I must note quickly in the affordable homes arena in New Providence, some 18 homes were completed in Straughns Hill. The Department of Housing started construction of 9 homes in the Dignity Crescent area, 16 homes in the Fire Trail area, 14 single-family houses along with 8 new townhouses models in the John Cloud subdivision in eastern New Providence, 10 model grain homes constructed in the Carmichael Village subdivision, Industrial Gardens 3, some 20 homes, in Spring City, Abaco, 18 homes constructed that was started in 2016, just opened a few days ago. I know the fact, although the opening was held, I don't think anyone from our side has been welcome to the opening the other day. But you know, former member for North Abaco used to say, some sow and others would reap. But it stands to show that then, after highlighting with a very good sense of brevity, the past administration, PLP, and its most recent accomplishments in housing, I would therefore think that the present administration's proposal of the disposable lots proposal would not work very well or effectively, especially in our present economic climate. The Speaker, by and large, the Himalayan people are hurting. Thousands are finding it difficult to generally qualify, to survive, outside of the line of basic qualification. A typical example would be an unwed or single mother who wants to build her own house, therefore goes for a disposable lot, with the assistance of a Defense Force son or a daughter who's a nurse, working in collaboration through the qualification process. They then need to find an attorney, stroke a lawyer, then get a good contractor. And then they have to go and buy the materials and try to superintend the construction process themselves. In my view, Mr. Speaker, the government's housing plan will create further misery for single and unwed mothers in this Bahamas. The PLP plan was a very simple one. We had a very caring approach to housing. We use simply what we call a turnkey approach. We simply did it the way that we understand, we showed empathy for the people of our country. Many peoples are challenged with the struggle for basic essentials, such as electricity bills, food bills, school fees. And now that same single or unwed mother now go out and find the supplies. I note some exemptions are there. Out of her pocket to construct a home on a lot while they are 30,000 or some would say even less. But I still say, what a crying shame. We are different and uniquely different when it comes to showing our care for the people of our country. Mr. Speaker, I move quickly to the area, the Ministry of Youth and Sports in our beautiful country. We continue to monitor recent developments within the local sporting arena, the apparent angst that is developed between the ministry and the local sporting community, according to reports. This is a matter on which calmer heads, we hope, will prevail, because any fallout in the sporting arena has real implications for our athletes, both locally and internationally. The Bahamian people and the sporting community at large, Mr. Speaker, was very saddened by the dastardly and nonchalant attitude adopted by the administration in its cancellation the contract that allows the Bahamas to remain the host country of the IAAF Relays 2019 and beyond. The exposure of this event, this event single-handedly brought the Bahamas, is one that we really can't pay for in the everyday Bahamian society. It put us on the map among powerhouses in the world of sports, such as the United States, France, Italy, Canada, the United Kingdom, and regionally with Jamaica and the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, what is even more astounding is after the most unfortunate cancellation of the IAAF World Relays contract, then we saw the Honorable Minister and a delegation get off to Japan to attend these very same relays in the absence, in my view, of a clear and cogent developmental plan for sports and cultural development to benefit our growth and young, aspiring athletes. I do not blame, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, the member for Seabreeze or the Minister for Youth and Sports solely, but directly lay this one at the feet of the Prime Minister and the Cabinet. This was a shameful act, to say the least. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the PLP will remain committed to transforming sports and culture into significant pillars of the national economy in the 21st century, Bahamas and on. Owned and operated by Bahamians. Very, very sad day in our society. But that's where we are today. Mr. Speaker, before I go on to some other points in the budget, I must go quickly to my constituency, because at the end of the day, I don't have the luxury of some of my colleagues.
Honorable member,
Yes, sir.
I notice you're moving quickly and you're checking the clock, but you are still in your first half hour.
Okay, thank you very
So you
much.
have another half hour
Okay, thank
after
you.
this.
Yeah. I'll get my full hour in, and I'll take my time on them last, and I'm glad you reminded me. I'm so used to speaking for half hour, you know, Mr. Speaker. Let me go to my constituency. Since the radio is still on, I don't have cable like some of the other members who sit in this place. Let me go first to Mangrove Key in Angos in my constituency. We still this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, lamenting the fact we still do not have a medical doctor residing in our community. The clinic this afternoon is still far from being completed. The crawfish season is upon us, Mr. Speaker, August 1, 2019. Small fishermen, sponge men and women, for example, I'm going to call them spongy men and women, for example, are all asking for basic assistance. Also in our community of Mangrove in particular, there are many world-renowned born fish lodges. But also our people would need basic assistance, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, with upgrading their lodges and to have basic repairs done as the season is now closed and once again be reopened in October of this year. It is most disappointing and hurtful to see just a few days ago we had the Mangrove Key Mother's Day Regatta, when hundreds of persons returned to that community. I've asked for it over the years, and to still see the condition of the dock on Lisbon Creek, and we still don't have a proper warehouse there to house people's stuff, or grocery or freight, pardon me, at the dock on Lisbon Creek. It's something that we must continue to ask about in these island communities that has their own peculiar challenges. What saddens me even more, Mr. Speaker, with developments at BTC in Mangrove Key, landline and cellular services has become virtually non-existent at best. So therefore, it challenges persons in this community daily. If they're calling into the province to order groceries to catch the mail boats who are going to their family islands, the lines are consistently dropping out. Internet service is intermittent at best. I want to also thank the honorable member for Carmichael, who's promised to look into assisting with the seawall construction in Point Rock. And we anticipate these developments real quickly because, we're about to see the commencement of the hurricane season, and we would hope that we can get those works done quickly in the Mangrove community at Point Rock, to be exact, and other places in that community. The port of entry status is one that still continues to challenge that community, promised by us also, former PLD administration. And they are very proud people. And Mangrovians want their own port of entry in that community. The subdivision that has all the basic utilities already installed, light, water, everything is there. And both administration has made some commitment to constructing the basic homes in that community of Little Harbor and Mangrove Key. But nothing is done. So I'm asking the government to continue to look into these issues, because I can assure you, one thing with Family Island people, they're very proud. And if they make a commitment, by and large, to you to pay their bill, they will do that. And we would hope that we can have some resolution to the issue of some work being done, especially the Little Harbor house subdivision in Little Harbor and Mangrove Key. There's really a real need for a new terminal at the Clarence A. Bain International Airport in Mangrove Key also. Much too small. And for years, these are my people. I've worked with them. We've made commitments about extension. But Mr. Speaker, the time is now. We can see some relief for the people of Mangrove Key. Also, the completion of the playing field is very critical in that community. In New Providence, when you can go down to the Thomas A. Robinson, or you're at one of the private schools and you have your nice track, you wouldn't understand or maybe know the challenges that people and the persons in the Family Island sometimes faces. But it is real in these Family Island communities, Mr. Speaker. I turn to my birthplace of Deep South Andros. Like Mangrove Key, the same challenges exist with BTC. All of the VSEPs and the re-engagement and fine-tuning and re-engineering has left Family Islands community bereft of having personnel who can do the basic work in these Family Island communities. Where do they turn? They can't get an answer. When they call to New Providence for assistance, you're getting an answering system. Or then someone picks up the line who has a different accent, who doesn't sound Bahamian. I'll leave it at that. Mr. Speaker, that's where we are today. My people are very concerned. Same situation exists in South Andros with the internet, high school, airport, the government administrators building, private usage, intermittent at best. Still no cable in our community after all these years. I asked IRCA, the police assistant, we've asked. We promised by BTC floating would have been there 2 years ago. Nothing. We are 10 minutes away in Fresh Creek, 15 minutes away in Mangrove Key, 18 minutes away in Southern, and still no cable in the communities of Andros beyond the Andros Town Airport. Not something that makes you feel very good, Mr. Speaker. All one Bahamas. All one Bahamas. We anticipate the completion of the potable water system in South Andros. I want to say thanks to the member for Carmichael, who would have visited the community as Minister of Works in his substantive post. We await that completion along with the member for Long Island, who serves as the chairman of the Water and Sewage Corporation. And I hope now that I would have publicly thank the good chairman of the Water and Sewage Corporation, the junior member for Long Island, who will be after I'm gone. I am hoping that he will remember that I paid him due respect while I stood as a senior man on my feet, so that he doesn't have to have no little feelings. You know, children as we were growing up, some people say, you know, they have their preferences and everything else. And so all I'm saying to him, as I lauded the member for Carmichael, my friend, we go way back, I commended you publicly. An entire word of saying, so you don't have to be afraid to go South Andrews. You don't be afraid to go South Andrews to me. You know? You can go crabbing, that's a good thing. We need some major repairs at the administrators complex in the block, a place that we felt so proud about for many, many years in the community of South Andrews. We can use another $1 million or so from the Ministry of Works coffers, courtesy of my noted friend, the member for Carmichael, so that we can get some work done that's needed urgently at the government's complex. What is also mind-boggling, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of recent fires in my district and not having what we call a fire engine or a fire truck. I think we need to do something that I saw in Bond number 2 years ago. And these, what I call virtually rural or farm down communities, where you can have a truck that has a tank that takes X amount of gallon, that has a small pump or generator on it that can be hooked onto some kind of truck and can be pulled along. You don't need in South Andrews, Mr. Speaker, when you're going to have a Pratt and maybe Tanya or Joe or someone who's going to go there, use their truck and pull that and go to a fire by Kuznets, Rain, and Driggs Hill. And we have no time to go start this and plug this and go there, crank the engine and put some water on the fire. I mean, you can't carry enough water in the bucket from the sea. There was no fire in the family islands. You know, you have had some development. So I'm saying you've got to find a way in these family islands to do something that is relatively not complicated, but the same way the Ministry of the Water and Sewage Corporation can take water to the schools in their truck, on this platform truck process. I think we should do the same thing with having a water mechanism that we can actually make life a little more comfortable for our persons in the family islands. Also, we note the fact that we need the expansion at the Congo Town International Airport, since we have some 40 rooms are coming on stream now with the hotel that is going to be open later on this year. But most importantly, we beg the Ministry of Works to please intervene in the road works that are needed, especially the remedial road works that are needed in South Andrews. It's rainy season, and Mr. Knowles would have gone there to do some work, and some things, my people are very upset about it, the homecoming last weekend, and many persons took their cars. There were 8 mail boats in the community. Roll on, roll off. And the roads are once again falling into a bad state in South Andrews. I asked the member for Carmichael, please, sir, through a good office, to see what you can do to help us with the South Andrews, with our roads. The people are crying. I'm going to South Andrews tomorrow morning for the graduation at my alma mater at the South Andrews High School. Also, sir, whoever, I guess this would be under the good member for Bamboo Town, we could use some reflectors along those long streets and curbs in those family island communities. I went driving last evening with me and my family, and you drive in West, Mr. Speaker, and I go on Mr. Frank Watson Highway, and when I bang the corner to go out to Life of Key area, there are reflectors, red reflectors on the outside, and then 2 set of white in the middle. So I took note. And these white reflectors are all over until you get up by the way, that is stop. But I went east. And we took a drive straight through downtown Marco City, and we go east. And when we get east, beyond the corner that goes up the Cowboy Hill, these reflectors start again. And they go straight around the bend around by me, around by Stokes House around here, where you get a parking park, and they stop right there again. I said, my Lord, these reflectors are in some unique positions in this country. All I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, the people in Andros need reflectors at corners, and they go to the family islands and large number for homecoming. The government rules or the rules on generally, they turn sometimes a little bit quickly. Let us see where the rules are going. Put reflectors on these corners. That's what we ask you for. when you get in an accident, the family islands become very touchy. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, once again, we have no doctor in the community of South Andros. Us, we do not have a medical doctor in Mangrove Key. I did say Mangrove Key, and I'm talking about South Andros. My neighbor, you said neighbor, I said neighbor, you said navel. I said navel string is very there. So, but Mr. Speaker, what is also very interesting to me this afternoon, the people of Andros have brought an interesting thing to my attention, in that if your family member fell sick some months ago, I think about a year or so ago, you could have called one of the general charters at General Aviation to come to Andros or Congo Town or Andros Town to pick up your auntie or your grandmother to come to town. All at once now they're being told they can't do that any longer. So that something doesn't feel right about that. You now have to get, according to my reports, I could be corrected, they now have to get certain clearance to use certain prescribed persons or designated individuals to come and pick up persons who are sick in the family islands. That is fishy. Something we got to dig into this matter, Mr. Speaker, to see who's behind this. Because if the people in my community could find them $500 and get Glenn Pratt or somebody to come and get them, I am now wondering why you have to use only a certain designated plane to come to pick people up.
The member for Elizabeth, I think, is on a point of order.
Glad to do so.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, the senior member from South and Central Andros, whether he knows it or not, is misleading this honorable House and the people of the Bahamas. Because I am sure that he knows that a contract was signed for an exclusive air evacuation system by that side. And the contract was signed before May 2017, and the contract is, I believe, 5 years or 4 years duration. And so I would just ask the honorable member to simply turn to his left or his right. And I'm sure that either member of the cabinet from the last time can explain who created this exclusive contract. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I hear the honorable member's submission. What I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, I know the reality on the ground. That all sounds well and good to me. I accept what he says. But before more recent months, the application of this contract would have been relatively lax, I presume, because persons were able to pay monies to bring families, and then also the persons they would have gotten their refund, or they would have been reimbursed, or when they would have brought the person to the Ministry of Health, or whatever the process is. And in the town meeting, persons were very concerned about it. You now have to get clearance to use this one designated airline. And Mr. Speaker, the good thing about it is simply this. I am going to South Andros tomorrow. That's one thing with me. I just checked down home. But I ain't coming here to talk no nonsense. The reality is, at the end of the day, I know the people are telling me what they're facing. And so when a person will get a general charter to come and get them, now they're being told, I understand what the minister said with the PLP, whoever will sign it. I know what is happening in my community now. I'm saying people are facing very difficult decisions. And when they have got to find instead maybe a $500 bill to get someone after sunset to come and open the airport, they now have got to find many times $2,500 to $3,000 or $5,000. That's what I'm being told. And so I don't give no one to say, that is the reality on the ground, and I'm going to find out, I'm going to further be able to corroborate that tomorrow. I'm on the first flight in the morning. So I know what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker, and it's real. And it's happening to my people in Andros today, Mr. Speaker. I don't give no contract signed. But we can't have no one airline coming in Andros and leave this one. People can be dead by the time this airline comes. If I could find a charter at the airport in Andros Town, come into town and I find $500, bring my auntie to Nassau to go to the PMA to get medical attention. That's what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker. That's what I'm talking about. I'm waiting for some prescribed airlines with some special fishy kind of background to it. That's my view. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, quickly, for the Central Andros community, one of the busiest islands and one of the family islands, airports one of the family islands, we need a new terminal in Fresh Creek. We are saddened by the fact that the Ortec institution has kind of pulled back from the assistance and basic water removal and other assistance that used to give to the airport in Andros Town over the years. But we must once again find a way to bridge those areas that challenges us. We're also waiting in the Central Andros community the opening of the landmark Lighthouse Club. And also I want to say thanks once again to the member for Carmichael for allowing me to travel with him to Central Andros. He's from Standard Creek. As we look to the day when we have a second bridge in developing the city of Central Andros pretty shortly, as promised. Also the expansion of the administrators complex in Calabash Bay, and the repairs of roads once again like South Andros, the repairs of roads and Porsche at this condition to be driving in from Andros Town International Airport to Coakley Bight in Central Andros. I would be there once again on Friday. The speaker, when I talk to my people, I know what I feel what they go through. I drive on the road and I see it for myself. I ain't getting no second and third hand information. I talking what I know. The roads are bad. So we're asking once again the government to intervene and assist in the road repairs in the Central Andros community. Baseball and other sporting programs, I want to commend Freedom Farm and all those who are involved with our young men. And also what saddens me, Mr. Speaker, is BTVI has gone to North Andros, Mr. Speaker. North and Central Andros are neighbors. Over 200 names were sent into the government from persons in Central Andros who want to be a part of the BTVI training program. Not a single word of response. South Andros, over 150 names. Nothing has moved. The persons have come down from BTVI. Nothing, Mr. Speaker. But we continue to monitor these developments. Mr. Speaker, taking a cursory glance at the budget communication as presented by the member for East Grand Bahama and Minister of Finance, it has become apparent that this budget is not one for the everyday Bahamian citizen who's financially challenged, poor, disadvantaged, or even the indigent of our society. There has been, in my view, in the past year or so, many people who are walking or standing, especially over the hill communities on the street corners, in the front of churches, banks, restaurant doors, for example, virtually stopping you, sometimes holding your hand and asking for help. I noted the fact that in the budget presentation by the member for East Grand Bahama, the word transparent was used at least 15 times. And if one were to listen to what I would say next closing moments, then maybe you would have a different view about the word transparent. For example, for a small man or woman who wants to get a car, they go online and Cargill Creek or in the Bluff and purchase a car for their personal use, or maybe sometimes for private use in the family islands. He gets no break. But the big boys on the top of their $125 million that the government would have lost in excise tax last year, because the government allows them to bring their cars in duty-free, and they only pay taxes on these cars when they sell them. Mr. Speaker, this is something that challenges me. This is definitely not a poor man's input into this budget would be called their budget. What has happened to social justice? The people in the family islands who got to find every cent to clear up their car they get online. But the big man, and on top of that, what makes it worse, Mr. Speaker, I'm driving and I notice many times in the evening time, these cars, the brand new ones, are moving around. Big afternoon, evening time, 6, 7 o'clock. And they have police riders and they block the entire street. But sometimes almost half hour. And they're moving this whole line of cars. I think these events should be taking place later at night. It's only disrespect to the motorists who would have paid to be on the road legitimately so. And they have police outriders. And they're pushing you, blowing you on the side. And the whole list of cars, a whole long line of cars probably driving these, apparently new cars going to these car company lots. And what they call peak traffic hours. Total disrespect to the regular road users in our country. It should not be happening. It was also noted in this very transparent budget, Mr. Speaker. The government has not even met its own revenue projection. They have incurred almost a $240 million plus shortfall. And now, in my view, it appears that they're going to starve capital works even more. Roads, docks, drains, bridges. But let's see, as we look around New Providence in particular, who will get the roadways in New Providence? And then there are those, as the member for Michael is here today, who would say, I listen to people on both sides who say that some of these works could be done by the Ministry of Work staff, for example. We're talking the other day about basic restorative work and repair work on East Street, man. My house is in McCullough Corner. You go to the Candy Kitchen right now, right over there, and you drive down to Robinson Road. The road bad as ever. I go to Lily Valley on Sunday morning. It's on the main thoroughfare in this town. And what I'm saying to you at the end of the day, Malik, the road being paved all over this town. What I'm saying at the end of the day, something got to be done. Or you got to be a certain individual or certain group who got to do this road work. I am saying at the end of the day, something got to be looked at. The road on East Street, Mortimer's Candy Kitchen, right down by the police station. The road work, the repairs, stuff under the police barracks, and nothing further down the hill. Go on East Street right now. Drive that way. You'll see it right now. Mr. Speaker, when we look, we saw this a few days ago. The General Post Office was scheduled to be reopened on December 2018 at the Town Center Mall. That was very transparent, as the government said at that time. And you know, the Daring Press got on and says, and the members of the cabinet all celebrated, that mission accomplished. Well, I said mission accomplished. Accomplished for who? People have waited around for months, weeks, couldn't get mail. And in most dismissive fashion, when they asked about their mails and where they would be, many persons couldn't get no answers. We'll have further commentary on that later on, Mr. Speaker. On page 17 of the budget communique, we know that the transparent budget seemed to lament the fact that they would spend some $398.3 million for subvention to state-owned enterprises, which represents roughly some 15.4% of the budgeted recurrent expenditure. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, the government has used the VSEP, or voluntary separation package, in many instances in a very spiteful and vindictive way generally, with the good intentions being very minuscule for the most part. Many persons would have accepted these, I don't want to say under duress, but you hear many stories out there. Packages from NIB, BTC, BPL, water and sewage, and also by extension, and also by average water if they haven't done so. And also by extension to
Honourable member, the member for Long Island, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Long Island. On a point of order?
Point of clarity, Mrs. Speaker.
Point of order?
It will be a point of order, Mrs. Speaker. The member stated that water and sewage has given VSEPs. We've been talking about such things. That has not happened. So I'd invite the member to correct his statement.
Speaker,
thank you, honourable member.
I yielded to the member not going to prove anything. He said he's the chairman. He is the chairman. I submitted to his request and I withdrew it. What I'm saying at the end of the day, time longer than rope in front of these things. That's the way it is. Many of these positions, Mr. Speaker, we've noted that many of these persons who would have been given these packages, we've learned that some of the same monies that we said these corporations would save, they've been refilled and replaced. There's some persons coming on with new titles, bigger salaries, and everything else. Just ask the member for Pine Ridge, who served as chairman of the Hotel Corporation Board. He lamented the same fact. But all I'm saying at the end of the day, what it is what it is. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to note the fact that this whole misleading statement of the free education at the University of the Bahamas, we would like to thank the government for the $500 it plans to give students and others who are going to be going into UB to assist with their accommodations. But don't fool the students about free education. The stipulations of 5 BGCSE with good passes have been around for some time now. There's nothing free about going to, because persons are asking, I'm going to Angos, South Angos tomorrow. And y'all people have been asking whether this is true that I can go to UB free. It is it's an untruth to say that the misleading Bahamian students that university education is free. I would tuition free. I would like further clarification. I can speak to it tomorrow when I go to St. Andrews tomorrow. Is UB free?
The member for South Beach, on a point of order. The chair recognizes the honorable member for South Beach.
Honorable member, Mr. Speaker, a man of venerable diagnosis, knows better. Never was ever it mentioned about any free at UB. It will be discussed further tomorrow. The Prime Minister said it here. It has been said out there that there will be free tuition for all qualified University of Bahamas students. It has always been stated that way, Mr. Speaker. It has never, ever deviated from that, sir. In fact, in recent times, it has also been stated that there will be free tuition and mandatory fees, Mr. Speaker. But I invite the side opposite to listen carefully tomorrow when I will make that presentation.
Mr. Speaker, good member for South Beach and his ministerial portfolio simply further elucidated what I would have said. Under the former member for Marathon, the Honorable Jerome K. Fitzgerald, his ministry at that time did the same. That's all I'm saying. Because students are asking Mr. Forbes, can you go to UB free? All of it is the word free. And all I'm saying at the end of the day, simply say to people, you get your 5 good BGCSE first. Let's be clear. Don't mislead the Bahamian young student. That's my view, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, we hear how well the Ministry of Tourism and the tourism industry is doing. Hotels full, all the planes are full, tourism hot. But one just need to go to page 39 of the budget communication. It speaks of tourism performance being robust 2019, with arrivals strengthening by 19.3%, outpacing the 4.8% growth registered in the same period last year. One of the things that I'm good, Mr. Speaker, why is it that the Employers Federation of the Hotel, all the strip workers, have so many basic benefits that they've enjoyed over the years? We're hearing of gratuity, which is 15%, could be gone. Vacation leave could be altered and gone for the most part. Christmas bonus affected. Mr. Speaker, something has to be fundamentally wrong with this picture. I am saying something about this picture just does not up. If you're doing that well, why would the Employers Federation have such a tough stance against those who've labored for many years in this industry to make many of us who we are today? I am saying to the good member for Freetown, please meet with your members this evening at Mahogany House, so wherever you all meet this evening, and talk with them and say, have mercy on those hotel workers. My mom for many years worked in Restaurant Bahamas, so I know what it is to have a parent who works really hard and stands for many days to sacrifice for children to have a better life. Today, Sir Randall Fox, the Clifford Darling, Charlie Ward, Drew Gibson, all must be turning in their graves this evening as they hear of such disgusting and repugnant overtures by the Employers Federation in the 21st century Bahamas. But Mr. Speaker, I live with this hope by saying, long live labor. Long live labor. Mr. Speaker, on page 44 of the budget communication, the government has noted that capital spending is a key priority for infrastructure in the Bahamas, and that it would create jobs. But I know the fact that it has been cut from $299 million to $207 million for ensuing fiscal year, stating that they would utilize the private-public partnership mode of doing things, especially in the Family Islands, and building schools, government buildings, and among other projects. Mr. Speaker, I say to you and to the Bahamian public who are watching and listening, don't listen to what this government or this transparent government is saying. Watch what they do. Watch what they do. The old adage simply says, talk is cheap, but money buys land. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, all I smell for the most part, with all of the good intentions for the member for Carmichael. Special interests, the same family conglomerates who were closely allied with this administration. When all of these major contracts are given for millions and millions of dollars of roads and bridges in the family islands, you watch. All I simply said at the beginning in public, simply watch. Don't listen to what they say, but watch what they do. Then there's the recently passed. The member for Carmichael is a very smart man. He knows exactly what I'm talking about, and he understands that I ain't got to go no further in public. That's all I'm going with. He knows exactly what I'm doing. Then there's the recently passed Commercial Enterprise Bill of 2018, which was further compounded by the Immigration Act of 2019, that allows for investors or visitors, as some will refer to them, to come here for after 2 weeks to hear for immigration. Then they come here, and all you do is walk downtown on Bay Street, and you, Mr. Speaker, you just go downtown and all the stores for the most part. I saw the other day walk downtown, right there on Bay Street, behind the stand, an Indian man, 2 Indian men, labeling perfume and cologne downtown. I say, you think Bohemian people can't do that? That's not you, Mr. Speaker. I am saying there are some things that we can do as a people, and I think that we got to be careful with what is happening in our country. We can do basic things ourselves. But these persons have come under this new policy by this administration that allow persons to come in here and say they come in to perform administrative duties, and they come in here and they walk into our community and start doing business in our society in Carmichael Road, in Palmdale, Bay Street, Dalswell Street. Some say they come to conferences and convention, and they use the Immigration Act to do administrative work due to our lax application of our immigration protocol. Bahamians are saying enough is enough, Mr. Speaker. And in the meantime, many of them are catching the proverbial hell. Mr. Speaker, we've got to help our people. They are catching eternal hell. Mr. Speaker, I note the fact that my leader has had a number of press conferences in more recent weeks, and that
Chair recognizes the honorable member from Marco City on a point of order.
For my own education, Mr. Speaker, I don't seem to recall the tremendous amount of Indians that are on Bay Street arriving post-2017. So I just want to be clear, just really for my own benefit, because I mean there's a clear narrative being established, and if it's an accurate one, then I accept it. But I would ask the Member of Parliament for Central and South Andrews to verify that these persons arrived after 2017, or is this a continuation of a policy?
Mr. Speaker, in my view, I said earlier in my view, there's been a proliferation of these persons entering our business sector in the past 2 years, especially in more recent times, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, just so as we move forward,
Yes.
You're responsible for any factual statement
Yes.
that you make.
So, Mr.
Okay, so
Speaker,
in other words, you can give an opinion,
I gave an
but you
opinion.
can't give factual information
You can give
and then say it is your opinion.
Mr. Speaker, I gave empirical data. I said Mr. Speaker, I said evidence, Mr. Speaker. I said I work into I said, Mr. Speaker, walk downtown, Mr. Speaker, any given day.
No, honorable member, the only point I was making with that statement is
My observation, Mr.
the
Speaker.
member from Marco City questioned the timing. In other words, the question really was, can you verify that those persons came after the enterprise bill
Mr. Speaker,
was enacted or before? Because you alluded to, you suggested that they came after.
Mr. Speaker, and you, Mr. Speaker, some might have been here before. But I can assure you, in more recent times, there has been, in my view, Mr. Speaker, my personal observation, there's an exponential growth in the last few months. That's my view.
The chair recognizes the honorable member from Marco City on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I don't like to press on these matters, particularly when that member of Parliament is speaking. But Mr. Speaker, this is important because it is offensive in many ways to see sectors of the Bahamian community being surrendered. And I say surrendered because we are the gatekeepers and we could make a decision on where it happens. But what is important is not to try and assign this neglect or oversight to one group of people. The Commercial Enterprise Bill has recently been passed. The sheer timing of when permits are issued and for the period that they are issued for makes it virtually impossible for them to fit with the timeline by the member for Central and South Andrews. So we can't allow that to stand. But I join him in saying these are matters we must address. But we can't address it if we're disingenuous in how we present it. So I would ask that he would modify his statement so that we can all be on the same page, because some of us share the sentiments he shares.
I concur with his latter sentiment. But his former comments, I think they are misplaced, and I feel strongly about them. And we wait for the numbers of persons who would have come. The member for St. Anne said he would have given us the numbers some months ago. He said that. And so we'll wait those numbers. But I'll be guarded. I am not xenophobic in no sense of the word. I'm not. But at the end of the day, I'm an ethnocentric Bahamian, though. I would assure you of that. And I believe the Bahamas is first and foremost for Bahamians. That is my view. And I feel strongly about it. I know quickly, Mr. Speaker, my time is going quickly for the... I thank... Well, if you want to look at the homecoming, I thank you. The member for Marco City never responded with further assistance for the mail boats to come in, you never did. But since you want, I would never do that to
I don't think that South and Central Andrews is putting on the record the true contribution of the member of Marco City in his official capacity that might be useful and instructive for the public.
I like the angst and the energy of the member from Marco City. Like the old people say, time longer than rope. Take your time. You have plenty of hours. The member for East Grand Bahama, I think, will have 6 hours at the end of the day, and he got an hour. Let me use my hour properly. I want to say thanks to the member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini for allowing my daughter, Priscilla, to have one of the greatest opportunities of her lifetime to be contractually interred through the apprentice program at the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas, ZNS. My pride, my joy. Mr. Speaker, though, what bothers me is that there's been some dastardly and horrendous things done by previous administration also relative to ZNS. But if one were to listen to ZNS in more recent times, and I would not put this at the good members' feet, but I know what happens internally to those who are gatekeepers internally. The leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition has a press conference. Nothing is said on the newscast. For days, sometimes we have to call and ask what has happened to it. Let you hear stories with this minister, Prime Minister, the next minister, the next minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that ZNS has had a dastard and a challenging past when it comes to equality and equal time in politics. Let's be honest about it. We all know that. But I'm saying the world, Mr. Speaker, has changed. At the end of the day, when this is done now, Mr. Speaker, when at the end of the newscast, Marco said you can stand up on this, then we have the BIS newscast at the end of the ZNS news hour. Then we have a half hour later a closer look aired the same morning. Mr. Speaker, there's something called abuse, Mr. Speaker. There's something called abuse, Mr. Speaker. These are taxpayers' dollars, Mr. Speaker. All I'm saying to you, I would have been challenged by some of these same internal controls as ZNS over the years. And I lived it. Yes, I lived it. As a matter of fact, the former member for North Africa, when he was Prime Minister, He used to be my guest on Focal Point on ZS back in the early 1990s. Came in directly to be on my show. So I don't feel like, as a matter of fact, I'm not ashamed of the history. I was granted the opportunity to host speaker of the first open line talk show in this country. The Parliamentary came afterwards under his administration. But I'm saying to you, at the end of the day, the Bahamas needs to move on in a different direction, Mr. Speaker. That's all I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. We have got to have a more mature democracy. And this has nothing to do with the member for West, Grand Bahama, and Bimini. This is what I'm talking about generally in our society. And I listen to the national television and radio station of our country. And on top of that, we've got to bring the Caribbean report back on ZNS. I feel strongly about those things. Regionally, we've got to bring the Caribbean news back on ZNS. I'm a regionalist. Prime Minister Albert Siaga died the other day, national mourning from the 19th to the 22nd. And, you know, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has never taken me on any trip and anything else, but that's the way that is. What I'm saying is that these are the things that we as a country, I would note the fact that we are still waiting. We're still waiting to hear about the recent allocations to the office of the Prime Minister. We've heard some proclamations about the recent allocations about the Prime Minister's office, but we still have gotten no reports on the travels to the CARICOM trips, the UN travels and delegations, the European trips and delegations, and also the Family Island trips, for example. But this is a transparent government that has borrowed some $529 million just between July 2018 and March 2019. But we see on the ground the misery is real. And we note on page 33, it's labeled tax relief, Mr. Speaker. Stove, garbage can liners, fire extinguishers. But the lady said to me that they don't need no fire extinguishers, you don't have them to cook. Flashlights, pens, crayons, sharpeners, projectors, radios, pots and pans, and household furniture, for example. Mr. Speaker, as I remind the member for East, the Grand Bahama, that his own good colleague, the member for South Beach and Minister of Education, is now weaning our students off crayon and pencils and sharpeners for the most part. And they are introducing iPads and tablets at the preschool level that have been selected for the year 2019-2020. And for radios, for the most part, persons are listening to everything online. So this is no major relief. For the most part, it is laughable in the public's ear. I want to note the fact that I would want to commend the duty-free exemption on commercial fishing trawlers, boat trawlers. But we need actual reduction, should I say, on commercial size, on these smaller size boats, Mr. Speaker. I think they now pay 10 to 15% for commercial licenses. 10 to 15%, sorry, if they're bringing in commercial size boats. 10%, sorry. We would want these persons to get further assistance, Mr. Speaker, especially in areas such as mine, South and Central Andros. I note the fact that my colleagues have been commiserating over the fact that this F&M government strategy of taxing, borrowing, and focusing on putting numbers over people has inflicted untold pain and suffering on the Bahamian people. Amidst the $240 million shortfall starving our country, in my view, of projected capital works, especially in our family islands, we continue to monitor the social assistance program for the disadvantaged, single mother, the differently able, and also especially the children of our Bahamas. I am saying also to the government, as you talk about getting everything right and fixing the books, continue to work at paying the food vendors and the contractors, so they can be their contractors, especially for the roads, schools, or public utility contractors. They need to be paid, Mr. Speaker, on a timely basis. Mr. Speaker, I live in the Bahamas where we all live with a sense of hope. Today, we live in hope. Today, considering the fact that things are tight, there's nothing much on the ground for the everyday man and woman, we must live in hope. If I were to leave or close my presentation on behalf of the fine people of South, Central, and Mangrove Key Andros, there was an old hymn that we sang out of the church hymnal that was very popular back in Black Point, Exuma, as it was in Black Point in South Andros. And there were lines, like you remember, they would have sung as I saw Bishop Carrington Pinder on just this weekend at the regatta site at the Bluff South Andros. getting ready for the St. John's Annual Convention, Mr. Speaker, in South Andhra. I think on some of those lines were like this: I care not today what tomorrow may bring, a shadows or sunshine or rain. The Lord I know ruleth o'er everything, then all of my worries is in vain. And living by faith, I am saying to that young Bahamian who feels forgotten, disenfranchised, challenged by your present circumstances. You want to go to college, improve your socio-economic status. Help is on the way. There is a way that seems to a man that is not looking so well today, but help is on the way. Help is on the way. The train is moving. We are always going to be stronger together. I know many of you just want a job and opportunity. I say to you, help is on the way. Just remember to be brave. Stay brave. Work hard. You will be just okay. Psalms 37 and 25 says, I have been young and now alone. I have yet to see the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread. Mr. Speaker, on that note, as I stand and wrap up my presentation bravely, I would say I am glad and I beg you for your indulgence. I want to say thank you with your leave. And may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Carmichael.
Speaker, just as the Honorable Member is not shy about saying that I would like him to be able to tell me which road that is that he's concerned about, because, you know, we have paved McCullough Corner, and we are looking to pave these streets. If there's a specific road that he's concerned about, I'm sure he can tell me that at a later date, but I would like to know that road, because these are things that we are supposed to be able to do. Thank you, sir. I think I'm supposed to speak sometime next week. Exuma might feel good when I speak. I don't know.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Elizabeth.
Mr. Speaker, I dare not interrupt such a senior man as he was speaking. But simply to say to the public who might be concerned that the government of the Bahamas has entered into a contract with an air ambulance provider. If you wish to be transported by another charter service, you may do so, but you will do so at your own cost.
The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Mangrove Key,
Thank you, Mr.
South and Central Andhra.
Speaker, I am glad you would have recognized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's what I'm saying to the Honorable Member for Elizabeth. I wasn't trying to be indifferent to him. I'm saying, though, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, is real. If you are in South Andros, an accident occurs late afternoon. I have a cousin in New Providence who knows a child who could come and collect my auntie from the Johnson's Bay Clinic. And instead of going through all these protocols and having to use or this designated airline, it presents a challenge because I know persons have given me costs and asked me to assist financially. I am saying, Mr. Speaker, we've got to be careful, especially with family island communities, when these strictures are put in place, it affects their lives. I'm saying I want the minister to look at this matter real close. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence.
The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Elizabeth.
Mr. Speaker, not to belabor the point, removing or moving somebody who has been injured or ill is not something that anybody is qualified to do. Bear in mind that the contracted air ambulance service is staffed by consummate professionals, physicians, nurses, etc. The equipment is appropriate for air evacuation, and anyway, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, people should understand that being transferred by an air ambulance is different than just getting on a plane. And so if your life is in danger, it behooves you to be transported by professionals. And I would like Engliston to get up on her feet and make that last comment. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead and make it. Yes, I am.
The chair recognizes the honorable member Finders.
Oh, thank you. I noticed that your tone changed. Initially, when the member was raising the issue, you said it was a PLP deal and to tell them, but now you have a much more rational approach. And so I was just wondering what caused the shift? That's what I'm asking.
Sir, there has been no change in tone. At the end of the day, I certainly don't have any shares. The contract was certainly inked by the previous administration. It's an exclusive contract. We are committed to pay $1 million per year, and next year we have budgeted $1.5 million for air evacuation services. And so the issue here is about the safe evacuation of Bahamians and visitors from the family of islands. We would have had challenges, Mr. Speaker, in Exuma. We recently had another catastrophe on another family island. And certainly, I don't think we ought to trivialize the need to make sure that our visitors and our people are protected. And there's no innuendo here whatsoever.
Thank you, honorable member. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marathon. Honorable member, just before you proceed.
The chair recognizes the member for Marathon.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, tonight, some 300 years since the Bahamian people called on the Royal Governor, Sir Woodes Rogers, to expel the pirates and restore commerce. And some 2 years since the Bahamian people called on the F&M to do the same thing. I am humbled and honored to stand and make my contribution to the 2019-2020 budget debate.
I know that was coming. The chair recognizes the member for
Mr. Speaker, I haven't yielded. He hasn't stated what he is standing on other than attempting to silence the good people of Marathon who will be heard this evening.
Marathon. The member stood on a point of order.
He didn't state it. He is required by the rules to state the nature of his point of order.
Marathon, that is Marathon. That's my job. Let me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I Mr. Speaker. Recognize?
The member the chair recognizes the member for Cat Island, Rumpkins, and Salvador.
I know the member had just come. He had a long lunch. What's the point of order? But my point of order is I will not be characterized as a pirate of 300 years ago. I will not liken to be or 2 years, because that's what he's doing. Right? I am not a pirate. Never been a pirate. And I guess a pirate may know a pirate. But he doesn't know me to be a pirate. Nor any of the persons with whom I was associated in the last government a pirate. So I'll ask him to withdraw any association of the previous administration as being pirate of 200 years ago.
Members, before we continue, we went through this.
Don't let him steal from my time.
Can you watch the members? Marathon, the member for Marathon, and I speak for yourself and all members. Just want to remind all of us, because we went through this yesterday. I don't know. Last week, sorry. Members should not use offensive, abusive, insulting words about either members of parliament or senators. I'm just going to ask, yes? And they were asked to withdraw, the statements. And they were expunged. So I want to ask the member, for Marathon, please, to just be,
That's, in the words of Todd Andrews, that's my view. That's the words of Todd Andrews, that's my view. That's my view. So surely what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That's my view. Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
You have no more care for the people or not? No more care.
Mr.
No more
Deputy.
care for people or not? None.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
member for Marathon. Member for Marathon, please.
That's the game.
You just caution, please.
I'm obliged, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker. I begin by thanking the people of Marathon for the privilege of being your representative, your champion, your voice in this honorable place. Every time I walk up the stairs and enter this assembly, I am very much aware of your needs and your concerns. I believe that the people of Marathon represent the very best of those Bahamian ideals. Ideals upon which our country was built. Hard work, love for family, patriotism, and an abiding respect for Christian values. They are resilient people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, who endured a tragedy that should have never happened, that no person should ever have to endure. The denial of clean, safe drinking water by an uncaring PLP that chose to hide important facts from the people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if they could hide critical information that would tacitly harm members of Marathon, imagine what else they would do. All for the benefit of friends, family, and lovers. Does anyone listening to the sound of my voice believe that the impacted residents would have continued to drink, cook, bathe, and use for personal hygiene contaminated water? Does anyone seriously believe that, Mr. Deputy Speaker? This is the unchanging, invariable essence of the PLP. To shuffle and jive, hide and lick. They can't change. I mean, look who they are planning to run, as Freetown said in the upcoming election. Look who their leader is. They can't change. I warn my fellow Bahamians not to be deceived by these golden sugar lips. Mr. Speaker, since being elected, I've instituted a number of programs to make life better for my people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, gone are the days where simply graduating from high school would guarantee the Bahamian dream. The world is changing. Technology will change the world. We cannot run and hide from this, but we must prepare for it. This is why we introduced free computer training for all in the constituency. And I urge the members of Marathon and the wider Bahamian public in general to take advantage of the opportunities that are free at UB, BTVI, and of course the Marathon constituency office. We are here to help you, to serve you. We will leave no stone unturned until we find jobs and scholarship opportunities for you, my people. That's why we started the job placement program, the scholarship assistance program, the community crime watch, and the seniors program. The summer camp and back to school jamboree is online and fully slated to start in August. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I never stop going door to door, listening to my people, sharing their concerns, hearing their concerns, and most importantly, finding solutions. Mr. Speaker, I express my gratitude and sincere appreciation to the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert A. Minnis, our Prime Minister and leader of the Free National Movement, for having the wisdom in appointing me as the Minister of Environment and Housing, and I thank him for his guidance and support and look forward to another 8 years. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Ministry of Environment and Housing is a diverse ministry. My ministry has responsibility for the Department of Environmental Health Services, the Department of Housing, Renewable Energy, Oil Exploration, Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority, the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation, the BEST Commission, the Bahamas National Geographic Information System Center, otherwise known as BENGIS, Forestry Management, and climate change, global warming and sea level rise, etc. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at this time I wish to update the Bahamian people on the achievements of my ministry, on new initiatives and other plans for the 2019-2020 fiscal year. Together, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have accomplished much, and I will highlight some of the more significant accomplishments of my ministry and then look at our plans for the upcoming year. The New Providence Sanitary Landfill and New Providence Ecology Park. I turn my attention to that. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that a company by the name of Renew Bahamas had charge of the landfill. This was a complete disaster, Mr. Deputy Speaker, culminated in a disastrous fire which raged for weeks. Homes and schools were evacuated, the health of residents jeopardized, and in the end, the Department of Environmental Health Services had to step in and take charge. This event was the worst environmental disaster the country has experienced thus far. The Bahamian people elected us to resolve this issue for them, to bring clear skies and liberate them from the black choking smoke, which was so symbolic of the hot air that characterized the Christie Davis administration. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, we concluded the tender process for the investment and management services relating to the deconstruction, remediation, and operation of the New Providence Sanitary Landfill. And in February of this year, we signed an agreement with Waste Resources Development Group and Providence Advisors Limited to manage the landfill. In signing this agreement, our expectation was that the landfill as we know it would be transformed into a green, purposely engineered landfill and materials recovery facility with proper operational oversight, a best-in-class solid waste management system with significant recycling of waste control, access and containment of environmental and hazardous waste. The 10-year agreement will allow for the new operators to transform the New Providence Sanitary Landfill into a state-of-the-art solid waste facility with recreational green spaces and walking and jogging paths, the Ecology Park. Mr. Deputy Speaker, just 2 months ago, on the 12th of April 2019, we officially handed over the keys to the landfill to the new management team, the New Providence Ecology Park Limited. Mr. Speaker, this is a 100% Bahamian-owned company. At that ceremony, I said that the day was indeed a very happy and proud moment in the life of the Ministry of Environment and Housing. In the 2 short months since taking over management of the landfill, the change is nothing short of miraculous. Significant improvements have already been realized. Colleagues, if you were to go there today, you'd be amazed. The transformation is impressive. A functional drop-off point at the entrance of the site, open to the public 7 days a week, and absolutely free to the public. The site now has proper roadways minimizing damage to vehicles. Security has been enhanced. Incoming garbage is now compacted and covered daily. This administration vowed to bring generation and transformational change to the landfill, and we are pleased to report that we have done just that. Ask the people who live near the landfill. Ask them what this government has done. Ask them if we have not improved the quality of their lives. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to renewable energy. The world is moving forward towards renewable energy, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We will ensure that we will not be left behind. The European Union intends to ban combustible engines, in other words, switch to electric cars by 2040. Ford Motor Company has promised to do the same by 2025. Mr. Speaker, my ministry is responsible for the renewable energy policy. I am proud to say our national renewable energy agenda is moving forward with speed. We at the Ministry of Environment and Housing are committed to working with BPL to implement the government's policy of 30% by 2030. That is, we intend to move full steam ahead where we generate 30% of our energy from renewable sources. The ministry, the environmental unit in my ministry, is singularly focused on this goal. One such example of their work is the 925 kilowatt solar system installed at the Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium, which was completed on March 2019 and officially opened by the Prime Minister on the 18th of March 2019. The installation is to date the single largest, most structurally sound solar canopy installed in the region. The facility features rapid charge electric vehicle charging stations and is grid-tied, feeding power into our national grid and charging electric vehicles respectively since April of this year. The unit is working with the relevant government agencies and other stakeholders to replicate installations of this magnitude across the length and breadth of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a contract was signed between my ministry and Rosalie Construction in February of this year to install a 250 kW, that is a 250 kilowatt, roof-mounted solar photovoltaic system at the Anatole Rogers High School. We expect this installation to be completed by September 2019. This installation includes relevant energy efficiency improvements to the school in the form of a complete retrofit of existing electrical technology, the introduction of an exterior lighting control system, the installation of vacancy sensors for classrooms and staff rooms and administrative offices, and event and energy efficient high-vac equipment. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you for the
Mr. Deputy Speaker, recognizing the impact that climate change will have on the Bahamas and the current challenges that exist locally with energy generation and distribution, the ministry placed special attention on identifying opportunities to increase and introduce renewable energy into the public sector. The adoption of energy efficiency measures offers a wide range of benefits well beyond its contribution to climate policies. These benefits include increases in disposable income and improved industrial productivity with positive effects on economic growth, improved local air quality with associated health benefits, and poverty reduction. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 2018, my ministry was successfully awarded a grant from the Italian government for the retrofitting of TG Global Primary School, one of the largest primary schools on New Providence. TG Global currently has 730 registered students and is a magnet school for students with learning challenges. The project includes the installation of a 136.2 kilowatt photovoltaic battery backup system, the construction of a greenhouse for pilot horticultural curriculum study, the establishing of a pilot recycling program to investigate suitable solid waste management strategies for educational institutions, and the rehabilitation of a sensitive wetland that is located on the school's property. This solarization project is also projected to be completed by September. This past May, my ministry completed the energy audit of the Office of the Prime Minister. This energy audit will form the basis of the request for proposal and the process to facilitate the construction of a 475 kilowatt solar-covered car park on the grounds of the Office of the Prime Minister, which will also feature the installation of electric vehicle charging stations. Funds for this project are available in the 2019-2020 budget estimates. Mr. Deputy Speaker, nothing happens in environment without financing. We can all attest to this, but it is especially true for renewables. The Green Climate Fund, or GCF, is the world's largest international climate fund. It has raised $10.3 billion in equivalent in pledges from 43 state governments. Its mandate and mission is to use all of that pledged funds to finance and promote development that is resilient to climate change, to build and strengthen our institutional capacities. The ministry has applied for and received readiness support under the GCF Readiness Program to conduct a grid stabilization study in New Providence. This study will augment the work of the power company BPL and the IDB to evaluate the current condition of the national electricity grid with a view to making necessary upgrades to ensure a reliable and efficient grid. A local company, a Bahamian company, Graphite Engineering Limited, are the local experts in this venture. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now turn my attention to the single-use plastics and styrofoam ban. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you would recall that the government has pledged to phase out the use of single-use plastics, styrofoam, and plastic straws and food utensils come January 2020. Public consultation is ongoing with both the business community and the public being engaged to further ensure that this message is sent out. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in March of this year, we engaged Blue Orchid Advertising Agency, a marketing agency owned and operated by a group of young Bahamians to assist the ministry in the public education and outreach campaign for the 2020 single-use plastics and styrofoam ban. In addition to the ministry's social media presence, the ministry's website dedicated to the plastic ban, and other positive environmental education, it all went live in May of this year, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I encourage the public to go online to www.plasticfree242.com and stay up to date. In preparation for the upcoming ban, my ministry has spearheaded several reusable shopping bag giveaways and is working with corporate Bahamas, NGOs, civil society groups, and private individuals to expand our outreach. The primary goal, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to ensure that every person living and working within our borders is aware of the pending ban and the options for alternate use. The ministry's education campaign is also advancing the message of a healthier Bahamas through this initiative, as the improper use of plastics are associated with various forms of environmental pollution and, of course, environmental degradation, which ultimately affects an individual's health and well-being. And before I go any further, I would like to personally thank and congratulate the Bahamas Plastic Movement and, of course, Ms. Crystal Ambrose for their dedication and hard work and service to the community of Eleuthera and the wider Bahamas, and their commitment to seeing this ban through. Mr. Deputy Speaker, by implementing a plastic and styrofoam ban, the Bahamas will join more than 40 countries around the world, including parts of the United States, United Kingdom, Denmark, Ireland, Kenya, Rwanda, Haiti, Antigua and Barbuda, Jamaica, that have already enforced or are in the process of formulating bans on selected plastic and styrofoam products. In addition to the town hall meetings held last year in New Providence and Grand Bahama, my ministry continues with its consultation with local businesses to discuss the implications of the ban, with attempts to be as minimally disruptive as possible. We continue to receive positive responses as we make this transition towards a plastic-free Bahamas. More town hall meetings are scheduled for the third and fourth quarter of 2019. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now turn my attention to the Department of Environmental Health Services and the establishment of the Prosecutions Unit and the Environmental Court. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am so pleased to report that the Department of Environmental Health Services has accomplished much this year. One such accomplishment that we've been agitating for since taking office in 2017, therefore we are now extremely proud to announce, is that the Prosecutions Unit under the Department of Environmental Health Services has been re-established. Environmental cases and violations are presently being adjudicated in the magistrates' courts. The mandate for the Prosecutions Unit of the Department of Environmental Health Services is to prosecute environmental violations. In addition, it is the duty of this unit to bring awareness to the public as it relates to environmental violations and the enforcement of environmental laws. The role of the Prosecutions Unit is a very important one in the context of the protection of the environment of the Bahamas. Its core objectives are to serve as an authoritative advocate for the environment and enforcement of environmental laws. Specific complaints are logged at the Complaints Log Unit at the department. They include derelict vehicles, garbage collection, overgrown vegetation, defective septic tanks, and inadequate or unacceptable sanitary facilities. The violations that are mostly visible are targeted immediately by the unit and ensure enforcement or correction of the violation. The first cases for the environmental violations were heard on the 5th of February 2019. The first time in recent memory something like this has occurred in the Commonwealth of Bahamas. And they were heard before Chief Magistrate Mrs. Joyanne Pratt Ferguson in Magistrate Court number 9. There were 30 cases for the month of February 2019. 9 persons pleaded guilty, and the total fines paid was $10,225. 13 persons pleaded not guilty, and the matters were adjourned. 7 persons did not appear, and warrants of arrest were issued. In March, there were 3 cases that went to court. 3 persons pleaded guilty, and the total fines paid was $1,700. There were no new matters for the month of April, and the 13 adjourned matters were heard during the month of April 2019. 2 persons pleaded guilty, and the total fine paid was $2,900. This case and sentencing was deferred to the 31st of May 2019. The total fines paid thus far, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is $14,825. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's noteworthy to mention that there will be 19 new matters for the month of June 2019, this month. And they will be heard before Magistrate Samuel McKinney in Magistrate Court number 1 on the 18th of June 2019. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the prosecution's unit and the environmental court are up and running and fulfilling its mandate. We have taken similar steps to ensure that these units are up and running on the islands of Grand Bahama and Abaco, and we intend to bring prosecutions there in short order. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I turn my attention now to the twice weekly waste collection. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, another one of my ministry's accomplishments that we are quite proud of is the improvement made to residential waste collection. In New Providence since January of 2019, residents of New Providence would have noticed an improvement in the collection of waste. Residential waste collection services were modified in January 2019 to effect twice weekly collection. The transition was initially difficult, like most new things. However, the positive effects, i.e., in other words, the better waste management, decreasing rodent population, and a more aesthetically pleasing environment are now being increasingly realized for all. This is a part of the Department's Environmental Health Services overall strategy to reduce the infestation of flies and rodents in our communities. Some of our new initiatives, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in relation to the bulk waste collection program. This program covers all constituencies in New Providence. There are plans for the bulk waste program to be further developed during the 2019-2020 budget year. The plan is that the Bain and Grantstown, Centerville, Engliston, and Nassau Village will receive monthly bulk waste collection, while all other communities will receive quarterly bulk waste collection services. What this means is that in the aforementioned communities, bulk waste will be collected monthly, and the other communities' bulk waste will be collected quarterly. For those of you who may not know what bulk waste is defined as a type of waste that is too large to be accepted by regular waste collection, such as furnishings, furniture, old sofa, old chairs, cupboards, large appliances, microwaves, stoves, fridge, in addition to areas with habitual, indiscriminate dumping. They will be cleaned and preventative measures put in place. As we turn our attention to the derelict vehicle removal program, Mr. Deputy Speaker, during the 2018-2019 fiscal year, the Department of Environmental Health Services removed in excess of 2,400 derelict vehicles in New Providence alone. And during the 2019-2020 fiscal year, this program will be expanded to include family islands, namely Grand Bahama, Eleuthera, Exuma, Bimini, and of course Abaco. The Derelict Vehicles Act allows for the immediate removal of abandoned and derelict vehicles and increases in the penalty for improper disposal of vehicles and abandonment. The goal of the Department of Environmental Health Services is to remove 95% of all the derelict vehicles in the upcoming budget period. Of course, this is an ambitious goal, and we look for the assistance of all members of this honorable House and of the wider community in general. Turning our attention to vector control, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the plan for the rodent control program is to enhance efforts in the control of rodents in the Bain and Grantstown and Centerville areas as a part of the Over the Hill project. The task force continued to aggressively address complaints and conduct treatment exercises. To facilitate the work of the unit, a rodent survey was conducted. The goal is 60% reduction in the rodent population in the aforementioned areas by December 2019. A dedicated vector control team has been assigned to this area to ensure daily treatment and investigation of complaints and monitoring in the areas. The rodent control program will be expanded incrementally to include all of New Providence. The implementation of twice-weekly garbage collection, routine bulk waste collection, and the expansion of the derelict vehicle program is intended to go a long way and are important components of the rodent reduction control strategy. Turning my attention now to the expanded indoor air quality evaluation and monitoring. The expansion of the indoor air quality evaluation and monitoring program is in response to the increased requests for evaluation and complaints being received by the Ministry of Environment and Housing. It is expected that during the upcoming budget cycle, proposed regulations addressing indoor air quality and certification will be completed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the state of the Family Island waste disposal sites and dumps sites is a vexing problem to these communities. As a result, the Department of Environmental Health Services will seek requests for proposals regarding a number of environmentally sustainable alternative methods of waste disposal in the Family Islands so as to limit the amount of dump sites. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now turn my attention to the Bahamas National Pride Association. The Bahamas National Pride Association is mandated to promote clean, healthy communities and proper waste handling. Their signature initiative, the Best Kept Yard Project, is their most popular project, and the winners of these coveted signs display them proudly in their yards. 15 winners will be awarded in 15 areas during the Independence celebrations. Boundaries for judging are Nassau Street, East-West Highway, Village Road, and Shirley Street. We will comment on them, we commend them and their work, and encourage them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now turn my attention to the Department of Housing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, by way of a memorandum of understanding, Iraq Homes constructed homes in the Adasta Gardens Phase 2, Phase 3 subdivision. The government paid for all of the infrastructure in this area, gave them the land for free. The developer or design builder, Iraq Homes Limited, was to improve the value of the land by constructing, and I put this in inverted commas, low-cost housing. After getting free land and free infrastructure, the homes were sold to the public on average for $160,807 per house. No matter that they got the land free and the infrastructure free, that's the water and the light, they sold it to their fellow Bahamians for $160,807 on average. We had the improved value of the land, that is the value of the homes on the land, appraised. The result is that they were appraised on average at $103,650 per home. That means on average, the homes were overpriced by $57,157 or 35.5%. It gets worse, Mr. Deputy Speaker. If you were to apply that rubric on the basis of the real property tax, the improved value or the value of the home was on average $60,680, and when viewed under this lens, the homes were overpriced by $100,127 or 62.3%. So when I listen to the good member from South and Central Andros talk about what created this misery, and that they were in charge, and that they had a caring approach. I mean, is he talking about this? Is he talking about gouging the Bahamian public by 62.3%? These are the types of sweetheart deals that we met in place, Mr. Deputy Speaker. What right-thinking person wants to be used in this way? The answer is nobody. No one. Even the most rabid, ardent supporter of the PLP or DNE, even the ones who want to be brave, would not want to be used in this way. This is the unchanging essence of the Progressive Liberal Party. They can't change. They act as if sweetheart deals don't matter. They act like downgrades don't matter. They act like deficits have no consequences. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, they do matter. Deficits do have consequences. We could not stand by and allow Bahamians to be used as a means to an end. Not in this way. After all, we're talking about people's lives here. Young people with families who could use the extra money to alleviate the burden of building and moving into a new home. And this is why we had to bring fresh eyes, fresh energy, fresh ideas to our approach to housing. Why should Bahamians be forced to buy an overpriced house from a favored few at their expense? We say hell no. As you are aware, the Department of Housing is the agency responsible for the development of new government subdivisions. And in July 2018, the department launched its new service lots initiative. Service lot subdivisions are parcels of land the government develops by installing the necessary infrastructure, water, sewerage, electricity, etc., and make available at cost to the new homeowners to construct their dream home. This allows for first-time homeowners to own, design, and construct their own homes. Since the program was launched, the Department of Housing has established the following subdivisions in New Providence and the Family Islands. In New Providence, the Sunset Close subdivision extension is open and lots are available for sale. In Sunset Close subdivision extension, lots are 90% assigned and mortgages are being processed by the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation. It is noteworthy to mention the construction of 2 homes are on schedule and they will break ground in a matter of weeks. The Lionel Davis subdivision in Foxo, which was recently officially opened, consists of 10 lots, 8 of which have been assigned and mortgages are being processed by the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the next major subdivision development for the Department of Housing is the Carmichael Village subdivision, which has been redesigned and resurveyed and will consist of approximately 315 residential lots, 40 multifamily lots, and 8 commercial lots. The development of this subdivision is in the civil and electrical infrastructural stage, and approval of drawings by town planning and installation of civil and electrical works are poised to start later on this year. And lots should be available for sale by the end of this calendar year. In continuing with our subdivision development, the Department of Housing is also pursuing the development of subdivisions in the Family Islands. Mr. Speaker, we recently launched the service lots initiatives in the Family Islands with Central Pines Estate in Abaco, where 60 lots, that is 60 lots, are now available for sale. 60. The Department of Housing has also moved to complete the sale of houses in our subdivisions in Freeport. To this end, we hosted an open house in Bahamian West Replat to assist in assigning the 19 completed homes. At that event, we had an open house, of which 45% of those applicants pre-qualified. Since the open house, 9 of those homes have been assigned, and 8 mortgages are being processed by the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation, 1 by Royal Bank of Canada, and the remaining 10 are poised to be assigned. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I turn my attention now to forestry. The forestry unit is mandated to develop the forest resources of the Bahamas to their maximum potential by applying sound, scientific, and sustained yield forest management principles and concepts. In this vein, the forestry unit during the 2018-2019 fiscal year continued the 10,000 fruit tree campaign. which is a campaign to plant an additional 10,000 fruit trees throughout the Bahamas. The government of the Bahamas on the 6th of April 2018 dedicated the Blue Hole Conservation Forest on Abaco Island to the Queen's Commonwealth Canopy. The Queen's Commonwealth Canopy is an initiative launched by Her Majesty the Queen to preserve areas of forest around the Commonwealth. A 32,774 acre representative sample of forest in the area of South Abaco was declared protected on the 22nd of March, 2019. The forestry unit staff, the PS and myself went down there, unveiled the sign, and participated in the dedication ceremony. And to put that in perspective for my fellow Bahamians tonight, that's like having 65% of New Providence declared a reserve. Mr. Deputy Speaker, new initiatives and ongoing programs in relation to the forestry unit. The forestry unit plans for the upcoming budget year will include partnering with the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority as a resource in training and tree planting initiatives, hosting the Forestry Summer Camp, which is scheduled for the 24th through the 28th of June 2019. This annual event will be held at the Nassau Botanical Gardens, and it will host 30 children ages 8 to 15, and will involve instruction about our forestry and the environment. The school's 365 program will see forestry officers visit both public and private schools throughout the Bahamas to teach children about forestry and the environment. Another exciting initiative the forestry unit plans for the upcoming budget year is the Kew Gardens Millennium Seed Bank. This is a global tree seed project which will be undertaken for the establishment of a seed bank in the Bahamas for the conservation of our native plant seeds. Mr. Deputy Speaker, lastly, the forestry unit will commence the National Forest Inventory on New Providence, Abaco, Andros, and Grand Bahama. This process calls for the establishment of some 335 permanent sample plots throughout the forest areas on the Pine Islands for data collection and continuous forest monitoring. It is also our intention to establish the National Forest Estate via resolution of both houses of Parliament. Legal descriptions for the proposed conservation forests, forest reserves, and protected forest areas will be carried out. All of this in an effort to protect our nation's forests on the Pine Islands.
Marathon, you yield to the member for Bambutown.
I noticed.
Chair recognizes the member for Bambutown.
Mr. Deputy, I rise to move the following resolution. Be it resolved that the business of this House do continue beyond 7 p.m. today, Tuesday, the 11th of June, 2019.
Been moved and seconded that the business of this House carry on beyond 7 o'clock on the 11th day of June 2019. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. It is ordered that the business of this House carry on beyond 7 p.m. 11th of June 2019. Chair recognizes again the member for Marathon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now turn my attention to the Nature Conservatory and marine protected areas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Nature Conservancy continues to be a strong partner with the government of the Bahamas in ensuring the protection of the environment, and during the 2018 period, the Conservancy provided funding and technical support to the Bahamas protected partners to engage stakeholders on 5 islands via community meetings and nationwide via social and digital media. In September 2018, after evaluating both the scientific and feedback during community consultations across 11 islands, the Nature Conservancy and its partners submitted the 20 by 20 white paper marine protection plan for expanding the Bahamas' marine protected areas network to the government of the Bahamas. The 2020 Marine Protection Plan proposes 43 marine protected areas covering approximately 8.1 million acres that would bring the Bahamas close and help it to achieve its 20% protection of nearshore marine environments by 2020. If all the areas are declared and fully established, and the Cabinet has recently approved the same, the plan will commit the Bahamas to formally establishing these areas. The Nature Conservancy, supported by the Bahamas National Trust and the San Salvador Living Jewels NGO, with the launch of a formal co-management agreement between a national protected area manager and a local community group. This is the first of its kind agreement, which allows for sharing the responsibilities, rights, and duties of managing a group of national parks. This is a novel approach to ensure residents will continue to be involved in the decision-making process and operations related to protected areas on their island. The practice of communities or other stakeholders collaborating with protected areas management agencies to manage protected areas is a growing global trend which has been shown to strengthen MPA governance towards effective management. Mr. Deputy Speaker, building upon lessons learned in the Bahamas' protected project, the Nature Conservancy and the Bahamas National Trust are currently designing a new project valued at approximately $1 million. This project seeks to improve the management of protected areas, support sustainable fishing initiatives, and increase the sustainable funding mechanism for the protection of our marine resources. The Conservancy is currently facilitating a marine enforcement gap assessment. The purpose of the assessment is to determine opportunities for improved law enforcement in the fisheries and maritime sectors. Through collaboration, participants included the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Bahamas Customs Department, the Department of Marine Resources, and the Bahamas National Trust. The project will benefit enforcement in marine protected areas and help to address the vexing issue of foreign poaching. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund, or BPAF, the first of its kind conservation trust in the Bahamas, officially opened its office in April 2019 with a launch of an event attended by myself and the Permanent Secretary. In my address, I noted that I believe that the fund is very important, especially in the face of climate change, the most existential threat to the Bahamas. I also stated that history would record this moment and say that this was the time that the promise to sustain our natural resources was realized. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government of the Bahamas warmly welcomed the deposit of $3 million as an early transfer to the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund Endowment, Bahamas' sub-account from the Nature Conservancy. This deposit is part of the Nature Conservancy's original pledge to $5 million to capitalize a sub-account for the Bahamas and the benefit of BPAC. This funding will be used for on-the-ground management and enforcement of protected areas and for protection of the Bahamian environment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in September 2018, the Nature Conservancy signed a 5-year memorandum of understanding with local partners, the Cape Eleuthera Island School and the Perry Institute for Marine Science. Recognizing the impacts of climate change and other threats to coral reefs, this unique partnership is aimed at scaling up coral conservation and restoration efforts through education and science, including the creation of a world-class Bahamas Coral Innovation Hub at the Cape Eleuthera Institute on South Eleuthera. Planned upgrades to Cape Eleuthera Institute's facilities will commence shortly. Once completed, this space will house a world-class Bahamas Coral Innovation Hub. Researchers from the Nature Conservancy, the Perry Institute for Marine Sciences, Secure International, Shared Aquarium, and the Cape Eleuthera gathered in South Eleuthera to participate in a coral spawning event last summer. Since then, more than 1,500 coral seedling units that support hundreds of juvenile corals were outplanted to the surrounding reef. And if it sounds like that, you are exactly right. That's right, we are actually planting corals in Eleuthera. The Conservancy and its partners will routinely monitor the health of these young corals over the next few months to determine the success of this measure for reef recovery in the face of climate change and other threats. We are making steady progress to meet and exceed our goal of planting 5,000 new coral colonies In November 2018, the KP Luther Institute, with the support of the Conservancy, launched the first of 8 experiential coral conservation field trips for students on the island of Eleuthera. As of May 2019, 154 students in grades 3 to 4 and 7 to 9 have visited the Bahamas Coral Innovation Hub to participate in immersive, hands-on coral conservation and restoration with all of the associated learning opportunities. The Conservancy will host two coral conservation summer camps, one in North Eleuthera and the other in South Eleuthera, during the summer of 2019. The summer camp will increase the awareness, the importance of coral reefs to the Bahamian environment and economy. Children will also learn about efforts at the Coral Innovation Hub to propagate corals and restore reefs. The Nature Conservancy and KP Luther Institute will award scholarships valued at more than $2,000 each to 3 Bahamian coral reef research and conservation interns. These interns will be selected from college students or recent college graduates. The Bahamian interns will get the opportunity to gain knowledge and hands-on experience in maintaining a coral nursery, coral propagation techniques, and conduct coral reef assessments and surveys. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I turn my attention to the Bahamas National Geographic Information System Center, otherwise known as BENGIS. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Bahamas National Geographic Information System, or BENGIS, is a department of the Ministry of Environment and Housing and the unit responsible for the oversight of the government-mandated GIS implementation of the Geomatics Capacity Enhancement for Disaster Risk Management Project. This is an integral part of the BENGIS Center's climate resilience strategy to support disaster risk management, national land policy and land audits and registries, coastal zone management, land use planning, and much, much more. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that's a lot coming at you one time. Let me break that down for you a little bit. This is a project that is to produce maps, and not just produce maps, but produce better maps, maps that show more up-to-date information, taking into account land ownership, the types of buildings that are on the land, and other critical social information, so that the policymakers and decision makers can make better informed decisions to protect the lives and the properties of the Bahamians during disaster events. That's the official translation of all that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In 2018, the government entered into an agreement with the Canadian company Sanita Technologies for this $4.1 million project and associated technical operations. The project has several components, including high-resolution aerial photography, ortho rectification, topographic mapping, and digital terrain models for the islands of New Providence, Dimney, Eleuthera, Cat Island, Long Island, Exuma, and surrounding keys. The project also calls for the quality assurance, quality control review to ensure the accuracy of mapping products, such as flood, storm surge areas, wind and coastal erosion plains, and modeling showing those areas that are at most risk during natural disasters. So when this is done, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to go online and pinpoint a house and zoom in, pinpoint a house, a neighborhood, a road, or any location, any natural area, any geographical feature, and get all of the relevant information from who owns the land to the type of building that's on, etc. Mr. Deputy Speaker, new initiatives on ongoing programs, the limitation of our maritime boundaries. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the BENGIS staff will continue to engage in customized training to build technical capacity to support the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in this important work as it relates to the delimitation, that means the boundary of our country. And this is in preparedness for negotiations with neighboring countries. Participants will include, obviously, persons from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and the BENGIS Center. And I'll turn my attention now to another partner of ours, a longtime partner, and that's the Bahamas National Trust. The Bahamas National Trust continues to work with the government of the Bahamas to protect our unique island biodiversity. This is achieved through the management of 32 national parks, as well as an educational program. The BNT Discovery Club on 9 islands. The BNT also supports scientific research on 7 islands where they have regional offices as well, as conducts species research in our national parks. In terms of the community-based conch management for the family islands, in an effort to build awareness on the economical and ecological importance of conch, in February 2018, the Bahamas National Trust, BNT, received financing from the Japan Special Fund for Poverty Reduction, JPO, through the Inter-American Development Bank in the amount of $500,000. And this focused on improving community-based conch livelihoods. The project was based in Grand Bahama and involved sessions on alternative livelihoods and sustainable fishing resources. The Bahamas National Trust also had National Parks Day. On Saturday, April 27, 2019, the Bahamas National Trust commemorated Earth Day with its 2nd annual National Park Day. The annual National Park Day hosted exciting activities for the family in 10 national parks on 7 islands. Residents on Grand Bahama and Abaco, Andros and New Providence, Eleuthera, the Exuma Keys, and Inagua were able to connect with nature and build memories. National Parks Day is designed for the whole family, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And 2,000 Bahamians visited national parks, enjoying our special parks, tours, kayaking, snorkeling, and educational presentations. The Leon Levy Preserve, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is located in Eleuthera, and in April 2019, the Leon Levy Nature Plant Reserve became the first institution in the Bahamas to be designated an accredited botanic garden by the Botanic Gardens Conservation International. This organization recognizes institutions for their achievements in plant conservation. And if you go to the Leon Levy Nature Reserve, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you will see a representative sample from all trees in our mixed deciduous coppice areas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Bahamas National Trust hopes to increase the capacity for effective management of the Mariah Harbor Key National Park. A grant from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation provided $30,000 to assist with the installation of park demarcation buoys. Forming a Friends of the Mariah Harbor Key National Park support group and also for national park signage. Also, a grant from the ABC Birds was received. This will assist the Bahamas National Trust to support field research and terrestrial monitoring for an avian species at national parks. It will also support field research for the endangered Kirtland's warbler. And to help me to explain this to our Bahamian public, when you think of a Kirtland's warbler, which is a wintering neotropical migrant, I want you to think of a chimney. Think of a special chimney that flies down here from the north during the winter time. And it's especially partial to South Eleuthera. But nevertheless, this bird flies down here from up north in winter, and the ABC Birds grant will also go towards the development of monitoring protocols for our national parks to protect our capacity to support our wildlife thereon. A terrestrial science officer for this project is also assigned, and its total value is $70,000 annually for 3 years. Some of the other initiatives launched by the Bahamas National Trust is the Integrated Coastal Zone Management Building Climate Resilience. It's a real long, fancy title. It's a $2 million grant for climate-resistant coastal management and infrastructure funded by the IDB. To put that in perspective, Bahamians are encouraged to appreciate and realize that our entire country can be regarded as a coast, even Andros, the entirety of it. Natural infrastructure for hazard resilience is another project, and that's targeted for Andros. This component will deliver a priority investment from the Sustainable Development Master Plan for Andros. The Bahamas National Trust Science Internship Program continues to grow and expand. This year, the Bahamas National Trust will support 2 interns who will be trained in field research. The interns will have the opportunity to be a part of a shared aquarium expedition that will be conducting research on rock iguanas in the Bahamas. The SMART program. The Bahamas National Trust intends to implement SMART technology. The technology is literally called SMART. SMART is a software platform that helps park rangers keep track of their patrols and the activities of poachers in the area. The system called SMART, or Spatial Monitoring and Reporting Tool, is already in use in more than 600 sites across 55 countries. The technology being used is already having a huge impact and can be used terrestrially and on the ocean to help us manage protected areas. Mr. Speaker, I turn my attention now to the Public Parks and Beaches Authority. And I begin by offering my congratulations to the Executive Chair, namely the Honorable Shannon Don Cartwright and his team at the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority for their excellent work. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the streets are now clean and getting cleaner. After events, teams are dispatched immediately. We have the most responsible. I better not say that because the member for Long Island is here. What we have is coupled together the most responsive executive chairs, I think, that young executive chairs that this country has ever seen. Playground equipment is being repaired, parks are being maintained, and of course, our beaches are being cleaned, not just for our tourists, but more importantly for us. Because there's some things that we have to do for us. And if we don't take pride in what we have, we cannot expect anyone to come here and do the same. And so, the Public Parks and Beaches Authority, which we all know is responsible for the beaches and the verges and keeping our streets clean, the authority over the years has had its challenges with financing. Despite a reduction in financing, their responsibilities grew, as the good chair can attest. But this budget attempts to correct some of the wrongs that the authority has had to endure. And additional funds will be allocated and allotted to the authority. And they have received an additional $5 million in the 2019-2020 budget, which I expect the executive chair will continue to work miracles as he continues to perform outstandingly for the benefit of the Bahamian public. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation, I turn my attention to the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation now, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The corporation's mortgage lending program continues to receive applications for government-initiated and private home ownership. Over the past year, there's been a continued trend for financing of mortgage loans for homes and vacant land under foreclosure by various banks and other lending institutions. Attracting new business, mortgage loans, and maintaining existing mortgages remains essential to BMC's continued financial growth and stability. In addition to the regular loan maturities, BMC continues to face the negative effects of mortgage refinancing campaigns by the private banking sector. BMC has introduced policies to discourage this. In addition, continued efforts are being made to find ways to assist our current clients and hopefully discourage them from moving their mortgage portfolios to private institutions. Mr. Speaker, the corporation continues to explore the process of developing its own private home construction program through acquiring affordable vacant land and constructing affordable quality homes for purchase by individuals. With the success of the Queen's Park Urban Redevelopment Project, it has proven true that there is definitely a great demand for this type of initiative. Over the past year, the corporation has been able to place new mortgages in its portfolio as follows. Under the category of government-initiated mortgages, 29 loans amounting to $3.595372 million. Under the private-initiated mortgages, 52 loans amounting to $6.589,304 million. That's $6,859,304 for a total of $10,454,676. The corporation will continue to explore the opportunity to work with external partners and private home developers to meet the country's demand for affordable housing. BMC will also expand its initiative to repair and or refurbish abandoned or dilapidated homes currently in the corporation's portfolio and resell them to potential homeowners. In terms of accountability, accounting and finance activity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Bahamas Mortgage Corporation continues its prudent fiscal management with a view to improving BMC's financial position. The corporation remains committed in its efforts in this regard. Special attention has been given to the management and control of fiscal and operational activities and expenses. BMC is able to adequately service interest and principal payments to its bondholders while prudently allowing funds to finance new mortgage loans, further the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation's operating and administrative expenses, as well as the bond sinking fund. And it does all of this without requiring subsidies or subvention from the Bahamas government, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to give the nation an update on BMC's corporate head office. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am so very pleased to advise that the most anticipated, long-awaited completion of the new head office for the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation is nearing completion. The BMC acquired the East Hill Street building from the Bahamas government. Members will recall that this was the site of the historic East Hill Club and formerly housing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The corporation is currently refurbishing the historic 200-year-old building and its grounds to their former magnificence, paying careful attention to the architecture and the historical significance of the building. It is noted that renovation and retrofit of the main building, outer buildings and gardens is being funded entirely by the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation, here again without any subvention from the Bahamas government. Once completed, this will bring to an end 35 years, that's 35 years of occupying rental premises, and will provide for the much-needed accommodations for the current operations and future expansion needs of the corporation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I turn my attention now to mortgage loan arrears. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Bahamians throughout the length and breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas have been impacted by the global financial challenge. Nevertheless, the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation continues in its efforts to collect outstanding amounts due. The Bahamas Mortgage Corporation continues to employ the tried and proven methods to verify customers' financial situations in an effort to assist so that they can not lose their homes. The arrears team at BMC employ the following methods, and I advise those Bahamians in this situation, those clients of the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation, to pay careful attention. In-house counseling, particularly from a financial perspective, as it is often found that persons do not prioritize the mortgage payments over other non-essential items. They also contact persons via phone, mail, and email, including home visits. This is important as persons in arrears often tend to avoid coming into the office to discuss the situation. The Bahamas Mortgage Corporation also offers loan restructuring to regularize delinquent accounts. This is particularly helpful for persons who, after a long period of arrears, have proven their ability to meet regular monthly payments. The Bahamas Mortgage Corporation invites family members to assist by committing to make payments to assist until the mortgage holder can resume payments. The use of printed and electronic media to disseminate relevant information. The increasing use of information technology is proven to be an invaluable tool to fight and reduce the corporation's delinquency rate. The Bahamas Mortgage Corporation has a commitment to reduce its arrears percentage, which stands at 41%. In pursuing its outstanding receivables, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation urges those clients who are listening to me at this very moment. If your account is in arrears, go in and talk to your loan officer. They're waiting to hear from you. They're there to serve you. They're not there to judge you. Go in, speak to them, and work out an arrangement. Please do this before it's too late. Let me tell you right now, the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation remains committed in its endeavor to reduce its arrears. It has to, Mr. Speaker, if the corporation is to be sustainable. It simply cannot exist if it doesn't collect the money that it's loaned us. The Board of Directors, executives, management, and staff of the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation remain committed in their efforts to carry out the corporation's mandate to stimulate encourage, and promote affordable home ownership within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now turn my attention to the Bahamas Science and Technology Commission. The BEST Commission. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the BEST Commission was established in 1994 and serves as in an advisory capacity as a non-statutory agency within my ministry. It advises the government of the Bahamas on the issues of environment, science, and technology. It is the government's interface with national and international bodies on issues like climate change, biodiversity, land degradation, chemicals, and coastal marine areas. It is responsible for the administration of the environmental impact assessment process, that is the EIA process, overseeing the technical review of EIAs, coordinating the public review of EIAs, and providing advice to Cabinet for consideration in their decision-making process. It also advises on environmental management plans and assesses both foreign and direct investment projects and national efforts. In the previous budget period, the BEST Commission had oversight of more than 50 projects which covered capital development, foreign direct investments, conservation and remediation projects, and national project programs. The national project programs were managed and implemented with the United Nations grant resources in excess of $10 million US. BEST Commission projects, which we'd like to highlight in this budget. The major project that the BEST Commission hopes to complete in the upcoming year are as follows. The Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants, or POPs. This convention aims to protect human health and the environment from POPs. What are POPs? Think insecticides and pesticides. Another important project, which was hinted at by the member for South and Central Andros, was the Access, Benefit, and Sharing Project, and it's designed to support the Bahamas in the adoption of national measures and mechanisms to meet the provisions of the Nagoya Protocol on Access, Benefit, Sharing. So let me unpack what that means. Let me unpack what that term means. What this is really saying, and what makes this project so important, is that this project will ensure that the Bahamas and the citizens of the Bahamas get the benefit for their genetic resources and their genetic material, which are often used to develop new biochemicals, used in the cosmetic industry, used in the medicinal industry. So on this, I am in total agreement with my former president of the Guild. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in terms of the Pine Islands, the Pine Islands, for those Bahamians who do not know, are simply those islands that have pine forests. The Pine Island project is an ongoing full-size JEF project, valued at $10 million, using both JEF grant funding and government funds, and aims to build on recent advances on the forestry sector by integrating biodiversity, ecosystem service values, and precepts of sustainable forestry management and planning to the Bahamas. A fourth project. Before we get to the fourth and final project, let me explain a little bit of that, what that means. What does that really mean? That is a project where the Bahamas government hopes to get, for the Bahamian people, the most out of our pine forests for all of us, doing the greatest good from our pine forests for the greatest amount of Bahamians. The fourth project is the National Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan. And Mr. Speaker, you know, in the environment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the environment movement, they love acronyms. I've spared you quite a number of them this evening, but they love them. The ultimate goal of the NBSAP, I had to throw that one in there, just to make sure you're still listening to me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to integrate the conservation and sustainable use of biological resources into national decision-making and mainstream issues across all sectors of the national economy and policy-making framework. The Commission, with the aid of the National Biodiversity Committee, will develop national strategies for the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity and genetic resources. I turn our attention now to another project of the BEST Commission, the Cartagena and related protocols. The Cartagena is a regional project, and again, the Member of Parliament for South and Central Andros indicated that he is a regionalist as well as a fierce ethnocentric Bahamian. The Commission continues to be engaged in the Cartagena and related protocols That is the Convention for the Protection and Development of the Marine Environment of the wider Caribbean region. The convention focuses on pollution coming from the land, dumping of waste at sea, pollution from ships, biodiversity protection, and airborne pollution, among other things. In keeping with these obligations, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have just submitted the national report to the Secretariat in April 2019. Mr. Speaker, that brings us to the Basel Convention on Trans-Boundary Movement of Hazardous Waste. The management of hazardous waste has been of paramount importance not only to the health of Bahamians, but also to the environment and to the sustainable development of our archipelago. Since our declaration in the summer of 1992 and the subsequent articulation in the fall of 1992, the Bahamas ratified the Basel Convention on the control of transboundary movements of hazardous waste and their disposal in Basel, Switzerland. We continue to initiate exercises to strengthen our efforts towards proper management of hazardous waste in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Our recent meetings in Geneva, Switzerland, serve as a testament to our commitment to follow through with addressing existing and emerging challenges faced by Bahamas in relation to the generation and transshipment of hazardous waste through our country. And also we are mandated to raise public awareness on this issue amongst key stakeholders as we implement these provisions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Ministry of Environment and Housing has an aggressive legislative agenda scheduled for the 2019-2020 budget. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a country, we have long reached a point in our nation's history where environmental challenges cannot be ignored. In the shadow of the kind of environmental savagery that was meted out to us and perpetrated against us by the Carnival Cruise Line, few challenges are more urgent than combating our lack of environmental laws. We can only meet this challenge if we unite, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I call on all NGOs, civic bodies, churches to unite and put your shoulder to the wheels as we forge a greener Bahamas through proper legislation. The Minister's administration knows that the stakes are too high. Our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, has set the tone. When attending a reception at Buckingham Palace, he confirmed our nation's commitment to ban single-use plastics and styrofoams by 2020. We have the support of our country's Attorney General when he declared stronger environmental laws by the end of summer. And not to be outdone, our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the member from East Grand Bahama, has unveiled an historic environmentally friendly budget. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's no wonder that the Minister's administration has an aggressive legislative agenda that we hope to complete in this upcoming budget period. The following pieces of legislation will be brought to Cabinet and upon approval brought to this Honorable House and Senate. The first to consider is the Ministry of Environment Bill. Sounds fundamental. This is a bill for an act to establish the Ministry of Environment, to oversee the integrity of the environment of the Bahamas, to make the minister responsible, a corporation sole, to establish the Environmental Administration Fund and an Environmental Trust Fund for matters connected thereto. Next important bit of legislation is the Environmental Planning and Protection Bill. This bill is for an act to establish the Department of Environmental Planning and Protection to provide for the prevention or control of pollution, the regulation of activities, and the administration and conservation of the sustainable use of our environment. As mentioned earlier, a bill for an act to ban plastic foodware, non-biodegradable plastic bags, and the release of balloons into the atmosphere. Legislation for access and benefit sharing. This legislation is being drafted while we have an 18-month moratorium pertaining to samples being taken out of the country for examination of their genetic value. We also intend to pass the amendment to the Bahamas National Trust Act and the amendment to the Bahamas Protected Area Funds Act. The Forestry Act will be repealed and replaced with the Forestry Act 2010 to create a Forestry Department Bill 2019. So just so that Mr. Russell can hear me very clearly, the Forestry Act, as we turn our attention to it, we will repeal and replace the Forestry Act of 2010 to a Forestry Department Bill 2019. The National Forest Estate legislation, the National Forest Estate Declaration on the Pine Islands aims to realize the establishment of the National Forest Estate, and this too will be done through legislation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, all of these bills are important. But the Honorable Attorney General on April 29, 2019 indicated to the press that his office is currently working on environmental protection legislation with the hope that it will be ready by the end of summer. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, we intend to hold him to that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I turn my attention now to another new and exciting development in the Ministry of Environment and Housing, and that is the Enviro app, the environmental app. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we've gone high-tech in the Ministry of Environment and Housing. Within the next couple of weeks, we'll be launching our environmental app, which we've shortened as the Enviro app application. This app will allow you to report any issue that you may have as it relates to garbage collection, uncollected garbage, unsightly areas requiring cleanup, etc., etc. You'll be able to download this app from the Apple or Android App Store to your cell phone. Free. Android apps are free. Apple, I might have to lend you a few cents. Once downloaded, you'll be able to report all matters directly to the Department of Environmental Health Services in real time. For example, Mr. Speaker, if you're driving home, if you're driving through Southern Shores, let me put it in context, and you happen to see a concern, you'll be able to take a picture and forward it through the app. In real time. The picture will pinpoint the exact location of the infraction, and the information will be forwarded to the Department of Environmental Health Services to be addressed. Also, you'll be able to report any uncollected garbage on the app. This information is automatically sent to the collection company for that route, and you, the collectors, will be evaluated on your performance via this app. I am pleased and proud to say, Mr. Speaker, that this app was developed by a team of young Bahamians, and we are currently in the final testing stages before our initial launch. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, all of those comments I made about Southern Shores being able to use the app, they equally apply to Tall Pines and Nassau Village and all other constituencies in New Providence. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to end my contribution on a fun note. One of the most exciting and fun parts of my job, and not just because I got to dress up in a cape and quote and unquote be a hero, is our campaign, our Be a Hero campaign, which we launched. Mr. Speaker, this initiative, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is allowing our ministry to inspire thousands and thousands of young people in our primary and junior schools in New Providence. The ability to touch thousands of students in primary and junior schools is compelling, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Repeated research has shown that clean communities are safer communities. This program is focused on instilling a sense of pride in the youth of our country and an appreciation for the beauty of our islands. The campaign also involves a competition challenge that encourages students to identify and beautify spaces at their school, thus creating a renewed sense of pride in their surroundings, along with a respect for the environment. Mr. Speaker, we believe, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm promoting you, I keep calling you that. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, we believe that in order to bring about the kind of change that we want to see on the environmental front, we have to impact a critical mass of young Bahamians. By engaging young children in the classrooms and in their schools to take on a project and post it on social media, we are making to Be a Hero program fun, but our long-term goal is for a cleaner, greener, safer Bahamas. Changing the mindset beginning with the young people. Mr. Speaker, if we were going to have a clean Bahamas, it will be up to the children to reverse a trend that only seems to be getting worse. And Mr. Speaker, let me iterate for the benefit of the Bahamian public our two-prong approach. If you are in your 30s or over 30, throwing garbage out of your car, there's really nothing we can do to change your mindset other than to punish you. And that is what the environmental courts are for. But if you're young, if you're a young person, we could deal with you. We could empower you. We could instill in you a sense of value for you to appreciate your environment. This campaign was created by Barefoot Marketing under Diane Phillips Associates, which is a marketing firm, and is funded almost entirely. This project, the Be a Hero project, is funded almost entirely by corporate sponsorship, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So at this opportunity, I would like to express, on behalf of the Ministry of Environment and Housing, my most profound thanks to them and their generous sponsorship. And I have to mention them by name, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They include Atlantis, AML Foods, Bahamas Hot Mix, Bahamas Waste Management, Bahamas Wholesale Agency, Commonwealth Brewery, Kelly's, McDonald's, Subway, Seaside Media, the Sign Man, the Tribune, the Bahamas Ministry of Tourism, and ZNS. In addition, the Ministry of Education paved the way for the school's participation, and I'd like to thank the Ministry of Education and the Minister of Education as well. The social media platforms were created for the program Be a Hero. Huge retractable banners were created. Superman capes were ordered for students and my team. And of course, I have some in your size, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I have one for you. We visited 19 schools, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We visited 19 schools, Mr. Deputy Speaker, most of them bringing together the entire primary and or middle school. Every presentation drew applause, Mr. Speaker. Enthusiasm and energy from the littlest child to the just turned teen as the students vied for attention, bursting with ideas about how to keep their communities clean or a beautification project they wanted to tackle. A winning idea meant that the student could run up onto the stage or platform, get a cape and a mask, shake hands or get a high five, and remain with the groups for the group's photo session, all while outlining their plans. Students sharing their environmental projects shared them on social media. Many dealt with single-use plastics, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with beach cleanups, some suggestions for greater awareness campaign, and even one from a young girl at a public school suggested a bicycle brigade to collect trash using their bikes and baskets on bicycles. But we touched at least 6,000 students in a way that was personal and positive. Every assembly was filled with excitement, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We really felt like we had made a difference. Large, bright posters were left at every school, and smaller poster-like flyers were distributed for students to take home. Mr. Deputy Speaker, schools visited included Adelaide Primary, Seesaw Christian Academy, Gambia Primary, Carmichael Primary, C.H. Reeves, A.F. Adley, Lightfoot Key International School, Aubrey Sale Primary, T.A. Thompson, Queens College, Kingsway Academy, Columbus Primary, D.W. Davis, L.W. Young, College Primary, H.O. Nash, Centerville Primary, E.P. Roberts Primary, and Carlton Francis Primary. Mr. Speaker, ironically, it would be a little boy in Abaco who was inspired by the campaign, though we had not yet visited Abaco nor launched it to the Family Islands. He gathered up plywood almost larger than himself, bagged paint, and created signage urging people not to litter the beaches. He wore a hero's cape and mask, just like he saw in the campaign, when he presented his signs to members of the Abaco Council. So congratulations to him. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this program has been so successful that we intend to launch the Be a Hero community program in July of this year and continue with the program in the Family Islands and in the junior and senior schools. We want to identify heroes in the junior and senior levels and allow them also to become environmental ambassadors. at their schools and in our beautiful country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, no single policy, program, or law will solve overnight the challenges that we face. We have acted boldly and without fear and with courage to remedy the poison chalice that we have received. I have faith, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we will emerge stronger and more prosperous than we ever were. Mr. Deputy Speaker, now is the time to confront once and for all the economic challenges that we face. Kicking the can down the road is no longer an option. The stakes are too high. The consequences too serious. The show too treacherous. If we stay the course over the next 8 years, the captain will lead us to our breakthrough. The season of plenty. The waves will not break the bow. We will break through and get to the promised land, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That's why we have to come together, Mr. Deputy Speaker, like our ancestors did a generation ago when they left their respective islands to come to Nassau with their hopes. Like my very own grandfather, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Arnold Joseph Kemp, who left Masons Bay, Athens, and came to Nassau to work as a tailor, eventually serving in this honorable house for the District of Exuma in 1931. Or my beloved grandmother, Margaret Virginia Campbell, who left Arthur's town, San Salvador, to pursue her dream in Nassau. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we will not let them down. Let us move upward and forward. We support a budget that will improve on job creation. Our economy is producing jobs, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Over the next 8 years, it will be a season of prosperity. There will be jobs in the government sector, and more importantly, jobs in the private sector. Jobs in technology from our tech hub in Grand Bahama. Jobs in the agricultural sector from our agricultural belt. Improved investment as our ease of doing business improves. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it has been days of debate so far, discussion, and plenty of topics and fodder for the talk show hosts. But what is emerging? What is emerging very clearly, despite the talks of the cockalorums that are present amongst us, we have presented a plan that meets the challenges. It contains input from the private sector, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it contains an unprecedented level of transparency backed up by laws. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Bahamian people can now go online and see how we are spending every dime of their money, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The budget is available online, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, every single time I see our flag, I don't just see a triangle and 3 stripes. I am reminded that we are a strong people, united and moving in the same direction. That he who holds it all in his hands has blessed us with an abundance of natural resources, Mr. Deputy Speaker. What makes our country great is that no matter which island of the 300 you come from, we all share a common dream to build a nation with an abiding respect for Christian values and the rule of law. Our ancestors have sacrificed much so that we can enjoy what we have today. We have a common purpose, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a shared destiny. In the end, this debate is not about budgets. In the end, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this debate is about our country. This is a debate about the kind of country that we want to forge, the lives we want to touch, as we embrace our shared destiny. And with that in mind, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Marathon supports this budget.
Thank you, Marathon. As many. The chair recognizes the member for South Beach.
So, Speaker, tomorrow wish to reserve my spot to
Well, I'm a block. The chair recognizes the member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I do now move that the House do suspend until 10 a.m. Wednesday, tomorrow, the 12th of June, 2019.
It's being moved and seconded that this House adjourn to the 12th of June 2019 at 10 a.m. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The House is hereby adjourned to the suspended, not adjourned, members. Suspended to the 12th of June 2019 at 10 a.m.